just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow.
them lock on me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty girl them smell make a long get weak, wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Come me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. You hear that? Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me mine, all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class gal, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words we sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, with I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere we go, yo, I'm just straight killing it.
Back, biggie, yo. Baby, you back, biggie, yo. Turn it left, turn it right. Turn up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. That's how you turn up and that's how you turn up, yeah.
time. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better spacing. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Ay, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, let it out, let it
Ooh, here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then, we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
yeah. I'm a prodigy, ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me, thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth, now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me, we don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition, I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends, this is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters, let that fade off. Whichever teacher told me I wasn't gonna make it, should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking, when the edge catch don't pay off. But I know your work, add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the gym all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold over each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach show, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the gym all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh, harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh. Life's not always VIP. Rooftop parties, yachts on the sea. You gotta push further. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. 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 To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. To reality, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder.
You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want. Who are you? Tell me your secrets and let us talk something that all the girls want. All the girls want. All the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want. All the girls want. All the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want. All the girls want. All the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Wrong calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Wrong calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT EMEA Game Changers 2024. I'm your host Yingsu and I cannot wait to show you guys the last 4 teams we have left standing in this series. And I can't do that alone, so I'm going to bring in 2 people to help me get through today. Of course, the upper bracket game and elimination match as well. Welcome back Nari and welcome back Pilski. It is going to be a very, very exciting day, Sam. I can't wait to get into it.
Honestly, the rematches, the stakes that are so high for all of these teams, the storylines that we're going to be covering, this is by far the most intense Game Changer season we've had up to date. And I think that just makes sense, given that we're just going on this upward trajectory, and I'm so excited to be here and be a part of it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the games as well today. Obviously, you know, we're only in stage 1 of 24, so I think a lot of the results that we're going to get today and over the next few days are really going to tell us who's going to front run at the start of the year and start 24 off strong.
Yeah, if we take a look at the bracket, like I said, we're just down to our top 4 now. We will find an eventual winner out of these 4 teams. And Pilski, you were casting yesterday. It was a pretty smooth thing in terms of the fact that every team kind of won out their games dominantly, 2-0s all round.
Yeah, I think 2 pretty one-sided maps in both series. Neon Blade definitely pushed Giant X on Icebox. Could have put something together there. Massive hero performance from Jademar, if I remember correctly. And then looking at the other series, of course, Valiant. I felt like that Lotus game was really, really clean against NASA. The next game was a little closer than that, but they still got the 2-0 as well. So they're continuing to impress and have pushed themselves into a nice little top 4 placement.
Yeah, I think that the skill level is definitely improving, and I'm really impressed with a lot of these teams because a lot of them have had a lot of issues recently, right? Roster changes, IGL changes, role changes, just a variety of things that have happened in such a short amount of time leading up to this. And despite that, many of them, or the 4 remaining at the very least, have done well enough to get them this far. And now it's all about, well, how much further is that going to take them?
Yes, Sam, it feels like we're tying all the loose ends together as the days are coming to an end here. And now, you know, people have called us many things here on the analyst desk, and I believe that we can answer all of those criticisms by using our big brains and predict who we think is going to take this split. Now, I believe I have the right answers. I'm going to fight you guys on this, and I also believe that we each will only have 60 seconds to state our case, so I'm just going to get right into this. As you guys know, Giant X in the offseason, they merged with XL to become a new org in terms of their name. They could have called themselves Giant L, you know, that was a possibility, but they weren't going to take any more L's when they picked up this Game Changers roster. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to go straight into it. Are you guys familiar with Smurfette? You guys are home as well, you know Smurfette? Well, she's been smurfing in this league for God knows how long since the game has been coming out. Now, currently she is the top performing player, jewelers, however you want to say it, in the league. And even though she didn't win last year, by the way, she has won EMEA before. She beat G2 to do it. Even though she didn't win last year, Split 2, Split 3, want to take a guess who was the best performing player in this league? Yeah, it's Smurfette. I think she is at her peak of her form. The redemption arc is back. A title is within her grasp. And with the help of Ness and everybody else on this team, they're going to go all the way and take a win. Whew.
Wow.
Anyway, Pilski, you got anything better than that? You going to challenge me on the Giant Egg supremacy?
Yeah, I am. You know what? I think that Valiant is going to win the league this time, and graphic design is my passion. So I just wanted to ask you, Yinsu, what's this a picture of?
A tap?
And how many is there?
1?
That's right. Lisa is going to one-tap absolutely everyone. Look at this headshot percentage. 44% headshot percentage. That's crazy. Next graphic, please. Sam, how many of these are there and what are they?
I know where
4 chambers? 5 chambers.
This is
incredible.
5 chambers? This is not the
Sorry,
chambers.
I just need chamber. Oh, is it about the stars?
There's
oh, okay.
10 stars. There's 10
there
stars.
10
That's
stars,
right.
yes.
Guess what? Ninu played on this team called 10 Star. Look at that. Look at all those first places. You can see them because graphic design is really good. My graphic design is so good. Next image, please. Thank you. What is this? Well, this is Thaikuza's agent pool. That's right. The Jet goes in every hole. He just wins every game. You just win every game with Jet. Thaikuza plays Jet on Lotus. We win. And that's how they're going to win. Next image, please. That's right. Go check the stats. Lisa in group stage, Lisa in playoffs. Number 1, easy peasy, SpongeBob, demon mode. Yeah, Valiant's gonna win. Thanks, guys.
All
Sam?
right, Sam, how you gonna top that?
Okay, here's the thing, right? I'm gonna be a plain Jane, and it's because it's the plain Jane take, but it's the only good take, all right? The winner is going to be Falcons or G2, because let's face it, G2 have made the best roster pickups of the off-season, without a doubt. They picked up Vanya, the single best controller in Game Changers EMEA, and they picked up Amy, the best, controller player, Sentinel player in all of EMEA. Like, the level up has been phenomenal. Here's the tweet from G2. They're here. They're ready for revenge. And on Falcon's side, they have never looked this good. They have made these roster changes. They've gone on this incredible run to make it this far. Eva coming over from BBL has been an absolute freaking star. I don't think I need my whole minute and a half, guys. I don't think I need to convince you, because if I do need to convince you, you're on some serious cope.
Yeah, but where's the one tap?
Yeah, that's right.
Ask Pilsky for his one taps.
I think that might be the best thing I've ever seen, Pilsky.
I'm ready for fatherhood. I'm ready for fatherhood.
Well done.
I will concede. I will concede my this title. I think you should take Valiant all the way. And you know what? I think Giant X still have a good chance, but I have to say you win. And Sam, you're too sensible, because let's be fair, on paper, you're right and we're wrong. But let's talk about why that is, because G2 will be taking on Falcons today in this first matchup. This is going to be a rematch. This game, Sam, is always so close, but it does feel like this time around, this could potentially even be that grand finals match. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's more than likely, right? I was talking about the star-studded talent that have come through. Vanya and Amy joining up onto G2, along with Rescue, who's also been around the scene for a really long time. And Falcons, the pickup of Ava has been phenomenal. These players, or these teams, have played against each other twice before, in fact. The first time G2 won, but this was on a completely different roster. The second time was in our group stage, and it was Falcons that walked away with a 2-1 win, and a convincing one if the scoreline on Sunset was anything to go by. So I think that this matchup is going to be an absolute banger, because as G2 said on their Twitter, right, they're here for revenge.
Yeah, in theory, I mean, this could be the prelude to the grand final rematch as well. So it could be getting, 4 series played between these teams. G2, obviously, star-studded pickups, picking up arguably the best player in each role to come into their team, particularly Amy and Vanya, the big ones. We've been over it a couple times. And Falcons, really, really strong performance so far in this season of Game Changers. It feels like they've gone from strength to strength over 23 into 24, rather.
Yeah, and G2, they're coming with some funky stuff as well. And I had a chance to chat to their coach, Tempers, about what is going on and also the role of Vanya. Check this out. I'm now joined by the coach of G2 Gozen. It's Tempers. Thank you for joining me today. Welcome to the show. Now, a lot of changes happened in the offseason with G2. For the longest time, they had just the same coach for this roster. You're a new addition. So talk me through what was your vision coming into this roster and how you kind of see this roster right now.
The idea with this roster, me joining into it, the idea was bringing a little bit of more structure to it, so that we could have a little bit of more structured player. We have really good individual players, so we needed to kind of find our groove and find how we can join those pieces to make a perfect team. And I think we actually are working really well. It's also a really good thing that we have really experienced players, so it makes it a little bit easier for everyone to have and receive feedback. So we're working on that.
How much pressure do you feel coming into this? Because it does feel like G2 goes in Europe, at least, are the only team that if you don't win the title, it feels like a potential failure. You just have to keep winning.
I mean, that's something that we always have in mind. It's something that G2 is here to win, and we are here to win, and we are prepared to win. But it's always something you have in mind when joining into this team, that you are going to have that pressure, but the org and the team also gives you those tools to be able to manage with those kind of emotions and be able to handle all that kind of pressure that you will have on your shoulders.
Let's talk about those comps, because some of them I've been loving. The bind, it works, it's great. Sunset, I won't talk too much about that, but okay. Is that your brainchild? Is that the roster? Are the players just asking to play Reyna? Like, what's going on?
It's a little bit of a mix. like the bind initially was my idea, a little bit inspired on the old Paper Rex comp. I really like the idea of bringing up Yodo with that comp. I think it gave up a little bit of an easier defense side. And we joined that idea with Mimi's idea to play Gecko. And I think we're doing basically that with all the maps, where I bring maybe an idea of the structure that I want to have with maybe specific picks that I want to utilize. And then Mimi brings in, for example, the Brimstone and Icebox. It's something that we also just ran into it. We started with default comp, and then Mimi said, I want to try this, let's try it. But we changed a little bit of the structure, and it was actually working. So it's a mix of ideas, my ideas, Mimi's ideas, and especially a lot of feedback back and forth, a lot of trying new things.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, it works. It's very entertaining to watch, I'll give you that. And last question, Vanya, probably the most important, biggest pickup in the offseason in all of Game Changers, I feel like. So what's it been like to work with her? Is her role any different with you guys? Because she's not really dropping like 300 ACS every game anymore, which in itself was kind of crazy that she was doing that. But what's her role, current role like?
She had to adapt a lot in terms of role, because in BBL they played a really aggressive style, and we wanted to kind of change that thing. And she's still playing kind of the same agents, but she has to play them in a really like a different way. It's true that right now she's maybe not dropping those like crazy ACS, but she's doing her job and she's doing her role inside that structure that we need. And her having those like crucial moments, individual moments, is just in addition to what we have. We just want to have a really good structure, so it's the base for everything, and then the individuals are just gonna shine because everyone here is really good. So
yeah, that's what I mean. Like everyone else in your roster, you all take turns. It feels like, okay, you can drop 30 kills this map, let someone else have a go on the next one. But thank you so much for joining me today, and best of luck.
Thank you guys.
The only thing that's scarier than a G2 Gozen is G2 Gozen that are doing this many things with comms and structure and all this. But Sam, what did you make of Vanya's potential new role and the fact that she's got to go up against Eva again today?
Yeah, I mean, it's the BBL ex-player derby coming through here, and honestly, very, very exciting to see it. These two players having now left their original team, being on different teams entirely. We're currently at a 1-0 scoreline between the two of them, and well, Eva's winning. But I love that we spoke a bit about Vanya in the interview and about the fact that we're so used to her dropping these massive, massive numbers. But now that she's on G2, you can see her numbers have kind of come down a little bit. And as they were saying, right, it's because the rest of the team is there to pick up that slack, quote unquote. I don't want to be too rude about it. And she's able to focus more on her role as a support, knowing that the rest of the team is going to be there to do their jobs as well. It's a bit of an adjustment, obviously, but she's fitting in like a hand in a glove.
I love how 228 on Vanya for us is like not good enough. But on the other side of this though, Pilski, Falcons, if they win today, they will go the furthest they have ever been in Game Changers.
Yeah, they've done a really good job, and I think Falcons are a really good example of why the relegation system is actually effective. You know, across last year, I remember stage 1, they didn't win a game in groups, if I remember correctly, and they came pretty much dead last in the event. They go get relegated into contenders, are able to grind their way back into stage 3 of Game Changers last year in 23, and look at that. 3rd place. I mean, most teams that actually come through tier 2 into tier 1 end up getting grouped, end up, you know, getting out in the first lower round of the playoffs a lot of the time. 3rd place is crazy, and now coming into this year with the star-studded pickups that they've actually found, and being able to scout Toki as well off of Kase, it seems like they've just gone from strength to strength, and I really wouldn't be surprised to see them in the grand final, whether they beat G2 today or whether they have to go through the lower bracket.
Well, this is the thing, G2, they have 6 titles already. They might be on track for another one. But with that in mind, let's take a look at the map vetos, because this is going to be a rematch. And Sam, surely that Sunset, we don't see G2 lead into it this time around.
There is no way on God's earth I will eat my headset if Sunset does not get banned, because a 13-1, that is not very G2. So I think we're going to be seeing that yeeted out as quickly as humanly possible. What I really do want to see, I want to see the bind. I know you spoke about it in the interview as well. I love that comp. There you go. Sunset yeeted into the stratosphere. Oh, Falcons banning bind. Well, my heart's broken.
Yeah, you're not going to see it. But Pilski, what do you make of the maps we are about to see? There we go, Ascent.
Ascent, that's an interesting one. I don't think we've seen G2 have a rep on this yet, at least in this tournament. I'm keen to see if they've actually cooked a crazy comp because, you know, it was discussed in the interview. We've seen the Brimmy over on Icebox. We've seen a crazy one on Bind recently with the Harbor Rainer shenanigans. The box actually going to be the second map, so that's going to be that Brimmy comp coming out for G2 Gozen. And Falcons have actually picked that when they've only got one rep on it against Focus Sakura. They won 13-1 with a Gecko Sova comp, so it's going to be an interesting game of Icebox for sure, Sam.
Yeah, I don't love the Brimstone, so we'll see if it actually does come through. But finally, our last map will be Lotus. And this is also an interesting one because the last time they played against each other, this was Falcon's second ban. So the fact that they're floating it tells me, okay, they're feeling reasonably okay on it. But obviously the fact that they wanted to get Bind out of the way as quickly as possible definitely affected their veto heavily. And bearing in mind, the previously Falcons banned out Ascent. So G2, they'll jump on that. They'll be like, yeah, hell yeah, we'll take you to your usual ban. So I'm feeling like G2 have gamed the system a little bit here with their veto. We'll have to wait and find out.
I mean, this is the thing, right? We heard in that interview with Tempest, he spoke about how they drew inspiration from Paper Rex. Now, on Ascent, as we remember, Paper Rex, they were running Gecko Fade, Viper, and all this stuff. And they've also previously ran Reyna. They've done Harbor. They've done a lot of crazy stuff on Ascent that maybe G2 can draw into. So, Pilski and Sam, what would you like to see as we head into Agent Select? How much Paper Rex? What percentage of Paper Rex?
Look, I would say, I don't know. Well, you know, that's kind of answered my question, hasn't it? That is...
Wow.
Yeah, that is double duelist on Ascent with a Sky and a Cypher.
That is
so
a
we've
comp.
seen Cypher do some damage. I mean, it's standard meta comp for Falcons. What do you think, Sam?
Yeah, no, that is certainly a comp. You know what? I can see it having some serious explosive results. They have so much catalytic utility to just burst open sites with the Rays, with the Reyna, with the Sky. There's a lot that can be done there. But if like one KO knife could heavily stall them out, I'm curious to see how this play is going to go. They're really going to have to adapt their strats and maybe hit sites a little bit faster than you normally would expect. But I think G2 can make it work. If any team's going to make it work, it's going to be them or Paper Rex.
Yeah, and I reckon that was about 60% Paper Rex, so I'm really looking forward to this one. And to bring your casters for this as well, it's Zach and Tom. And now, what percent of Paper Rex did you make of this?
I'm gonna go ahead and say it's a whopping 42%. I don't know why. Maybe more, but I think Paper Rex actually is a little bit more chaotic, seeing that, you know, I watch like every single game from them, so I feel like calling this Paper Rex worthy. I think it needs a little bit more of a step up there, but that said, you know, starting off, it's gonna be Ascent Tom. We saw a little bit of Odin shenanigans yesterday. Anything else that you're looking forward to seeing?
Oh, obviously now I'm looking forward to seeing the Reyna. I think that we've sort of witnessed some cool ideas with like double flashes at the moment. I would have been a little bit more excited if they'd thrown a Gecko into the mix, because I actually think that Gecko with a lot of the double flash compositions you have at the moment is really effective because you have to shoot multiple things. But I do think potential information off the Sky is going to have quite a lot of value, and they also have Omen as well.
Starting the round off here, Toki going for that early peek. Instead takes quite a bit of damage for her troubles. And while that dark cover does come down, I don't know how much of the space it's really going to deny. Toki forced to get out of there, try to play in for that retake. And already look at the amount of space that Vanya has taken. It's just going to be a rotate by G2 after putting all of that pressure. It does seem like Falcons have an inkling of this though.
Yeah, already rotating a few players over in the right direction. Turret being destroyed will give a lot of the information. I feel like Sandra hidden down below could be an issue for them if they're unable to clear. And the lurk on the other side has also been spotted.
Vanya gets taken out there, and Falcons, they already had 3 players on the site ready to go, and only Lurch goes down before any damage. Vanya, of course, still on the lurk, 21 HP, a 1v4. We've seen her pull off miracles before, but I feel like in this pistol, at least, it's a little bit too much for her to really handle, especially with that spike being dropped all the way on that A site. And like you mentioned, just really good calls and reads from Falcons to be just prepared for that A onslaught, especially that paranoia. It was so clean.
Yeah, I think they put themselves in a good position this round. They were actually very passive, and I wonder if that's just something down to what they're coming up against here. Obviously, a lot of what we're looking at is going to be Rescue trying to take the space, and then Petra kind of following up on the other side of things. I think that's one of the issues with this map in general, is you kind of need someone with a little bit of mobility.
10 seconds
Vanya
left.
here, the thing is, getting orbs, I'm not even going to talk about it. I'll be honest. You're going for a from the shadows. It's an ult that has impact once in a blue moon. And for Falcons, a very, very clean start, off to a great initial start in this map. And I think it's something that we have to bear in mind is that even though they managed to win last time out, no matter what match you go into, I feel like G2 always slightly edge it in terms of being the favorites.
Yeah, I mean, they already have that reputation of being that first champions in that game changers, and of course, like our analyst desk did mention, they have arguably the two best pickups on this team with Vanya and Amy. So kind of excited to see how the roster continues, as it is pretty exciting for me, because I think that in that group stage G2, they were kind of upset by this very team. And yeah, we don't have Sunset coming in, but Ascent as a map, it's not like one that G2 have really played on this year, if I'm not wrong. So this team comp, as well as everything, it's got to be a surprise. Now G2 looking to funnel all 5 players into this A short. Already the Ludge able to find that smackdown, take down 2 already, and reposition onto the side. Dark cover comes down. Vanya on the hunt here, knows that the Omen is low, and the 3 players on G2's side, you can see Ludge desperately fighting for their life here to stay alive for quite a while before Vanya shuts that down. 3v3 situation. There has been a couple of Spectres retrieved here by Vanya and Amy. Oh.
Yeah, the util a little bit off actually from the defenders. They tried to get back in, but the pot flash blinded themselves. The problem now for G2 is getting out of this corner. You go for the plant, you expect somebody to push. There's actually nobody watching the heaven side, but luckily for Vanya, no one goes peeking. And now they have to go for the retake.
There's no recon dart either, so all of this has to be contact here. Vanya under heaven already able to find that first kill, and again, it's just those immaculate crossfires from G2. No avenue given, and they start off with classics and end the round with a couple of bulldogs and a spectre. So really nice anti-eco stolen away there by G2, just by position.
That was a sort of nothing investment, and yeah, I'm surprised they get away with as much as they do. Obviously, Luge doing well initially, but just being able to isolate these duels. I think Vanya again, maybe hearing the desk, like saying, oh, you know, stats have been average for Vanya, not average for anyone else. Very good for anyone else, but average for Vanya, and now already at the top of the board, winning a round with a classic. Not bad.
Shot with a classic and with a spectre and a triple. Of course, it feels like you're seeking redemption, or at least proving a point there. That said, though, G2 once again, they're changing.
Oh,
yeah,
look,
they're just.
Look, they're gonna clear out all of the players. Damn. Yeah. This is obviously an eco round. It's a gamble stack. Nobody gonna be on the site at all. And honestly, for Falcons, it's depressing, but I think they're gonna have to die to the spike.
Yeah, pretty much. They went for that gamble stack on the B site. Unfortunately, gamble wrong, I suppose. And at this point, you can already see G2, they have their protocols ready. The paranoia for the take here, as well as anything else. If they hear any noise, they're ready to play that push. But instead, it's like you said, just not the willingness to give up the ult orbs here to G2. Already seeing that they are charging up a couple of these. Vanya, of course, the highest, like you mentioned, the From the Shadows. Not the most useful ult here, but you can see Rescue looking to get a couple of more ults here, a couple of kills maybe. And yeah, G2, they might end up losing a Spectre or two, but you can already see Rescue has isolated yet another fight, almost a third. And now it's just Vanya for the cleanup here. Still Falcons. They find a couple of picks before the round ends. And all things considered, it's good for G2 because they charge up the showstopper just a little bit more.
I think that was the only goal. Like, realistically, okay, they lose a Bulldog and a Spectre. The Bulldog's not going to be kept over because the players can buy into full rifles in the next round. And for Rescue, I don't think she wants to keep the Spectre either, especially as that entry fragger. So it just allows her to get that little bit closer to the showstopper. And that's something that you definitely get brought in with the Raze. Obviously, you could talk about the same with Jet, like having that Blade Storm potential and already that value going to be coming through into the operator. But that showstopper can be terrifying if used correctly.
Could be one of those huge ults to take that space onto side, especially since we're seeing Falcons now with their first full buy. Toki with the operator has been spotted out here towards short, and immediately with that tag, you can see Rescue taking up that space, kind of going solo here. Does have a flash initiator with her in the form of Mimi, and Madvi on short, the sole player to kind of hold us down here. Immediately gonna repivot over towards heaven, compromises that space, and Toki with the operator finds that first kill. Petra gets shut down, Ludge on site with a second, and Madvi for the follow-up here. G2 brought down to 2 members, make that one as Rescue also gets shut down. Of course, Amy, we've talked about her lurks before, we talked about her impact, but in this one before, how much more can she really do? She gets the first, but that will be that, and Falcons, they find a good defensive round.
Yeah, I think Falcons at the moment are one of the few teams that I'm watching that can actually somewhat face off against G2 just in terms of individual ability. I think Mavvi especially has been someone highlighted in the league for quite a while, and just some really nice shots hit from her in this round. A good read and rotation as well. I think Falcons, when they've had the players in the right place at the right time, have been able to shut out quite a lot of these pushes. But as said, this is where things get a little bit more dangerous. The economy of G2 is still off the charts, and it looks like we're going to get an early battle in EMEA.
Paranoia, flash, in fact, double flash setup, and that showstopper that you mentioned, starting things off here, just scaling up short. You can already see Falcons, they're playing a little bit more back. Mavvi barely able to get away with their HP here, 16 and a dream. And on site, once again, it's just Legend Toki trying to play that high-low setup. Again, though, with the amount of flashes in this G2 comp, it's going to leave Ledge kind of isolated on site. Toki trying to go in for the repeat. Petra, though, finds a kill. Vanya and Mimi get one apiece, and once again, it's advantage going to G2. A very quick shutdown as well. They didn't even need to get the spike down. Forget a post plan, it's just everybody dead on site.
This is the thing. There was an okay rotation there from Falcons, but I think what G2 are basically playing off at in a lot of these rounds is if we don't allow them to get into position in time, we're going to get a 5vx in whatever scenario we go for. And some of the rounds that G2 have been throwing in have been incredibly fast. So you have to push through short to take space, showstopper to isolate, so the players through A main are not going to get caught on the cross. Really cleverly done, and then they can just execute into the site. And not only do they have the abundance of flashes, but they also have the cages to be used as extra smokes. Just a nice little execute for them, and unfortunately Falcons with no cash to play with here.
Yeah, no cash. They try to go in for some early B pressure, maybe hoping to catch out the lurk, but instead it's G2 numbers there to find the kills. Triple already, and for good measure, there is that neural theft as well to confirm that this B site is completely empty and open for business. A little bit of extra sustain as well. Already Petra in position to try and find a couple of these kills, does spot out the position, and now it's just kind of baiting for Vanya here, tucked into the corner. I mean, for Falcons, like you said, not the greatest economy, Tom, so it's just about how much damage they can really find. And towards mid, at least, I don't know, they look like they want to go back towards market. Instead, it's going to be the Paranoia, and the swing from Vanya catches out Sandra. Now Sandra versus the world in the corner. They know exactly where she is, and G2 happy to go on the hunt. Sandra, they'll find the double with the Sheriff. Almost a triple. Finally, Lavani says, Amy says that's enough of that, and G2, they convert the round here, but Falcons, those are a couple of nice shots there.
Yeah, they're at least keeping G2 honest in some of these rounds, but again, you could just see the farming up of ultimates, Seekers. Not going to be far away at least. The shots that are being connected. That's actually the really interesting thing now thinking about it with G2's composition is I'd say they have 3 of the middest ults in the game all on one team. So it's kind of like a lot of teams you're going to look at them and go, okay, if they stack up their ults, like look at the other side, for example, Lockdown, Bladestorm, Hunter's Fury, Null Command, all really high impact ults. Then on the other side, from the shadows, Empress. Yeah, Empress is Reyna's ult. I'm sure most people don't even know the name of it because it sucks. And the neural theft. So it's one of those things.
Did you just call neural theft mid? Excuse me.
Very, very mid. Yes.
No, you did not just say that. 6-point ult, so much information, double tag. It's one of the reasons why Cypher has been so broken.
Mid. Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those things where you're not going to have those same sort of flood rounds you can get with some of the other ultimates that are available. So for G2, a lot of this is going to come off the explosive nature of the comp, but they're doing very well in a lot of these early rounds to temper any aggression. Like for Toki, for the most part, she's been shut down other than just having that passive A-side operator, and they haven't really given her anything. I've liked the way that one of the normal peeks is to peek in from short, and they just have a cam watching it. So if she does peek, they know she's there, and to re-peek it, I don't know. It's a bit of a gamble, that's for sure.
This time around, the operator not going to really be on the field. Unfortunately, economy doesn't extend quite that far for the Falcon for the Falcon side. G2 now switching things around here. They've gone for those straight side executes more or less for the last couple of rounds, but now it's mid to B that we're looking at off the back of those Seekers. Both the players towards that backside position is going to be revealed in that boathouse thanks to the Seekers here, and a bit of cover fire from the switchboard towards CT might help them isolate the fights. But Petra does pop the Empress. Unfortunately, not going to help her much as Sandra takes her down here. No trade incoming quite yet. You do see with the star cover, the push attempt trying to come through. Both players looking at the same angle, and Vanya just darts in to find a kill. Emma at least able to find one more, but the numbers, they stay even. Just Rescue now on site. Toki and Ludge looking to find the revive onto Mad V. It could be the timing here. Unfortunately, no revive incoming quite yet, although Rescue might be able to at least tap and fake it a little bit. Once again, the revive attempt coming through here. This time around, though, Rescue able to find a kill. Unfortunately, Ludge there for the reswing, and G2, they are not able to find that round.
Yeah, again, these brute force takes, a lot of it just comes down to these really scrappy battles, which I don't think they're going to mind too much. Again, like, a lot of the Raider just from Petra, an attempted dry peek doesn't quite work out, and the trades on the site and final fight definitely made me a little bit nervous. Like, going for that res, I thought they'd just try and almost go for that one as a duo and just leave their teammate for dead, but fair play. They do manage to get her back up, and now you have the ult stack building up on the Falcon side. A good position to be in. An incredibly risky play. I assume there's a dart, but there needs to be a little bit more. I think the Hunter's Fury is just a little bit too late.
Yeah, timing not quite precise. At least Toki able to take down Amy. Huge kill there. Now Madvi going in for a swing on short. Is not aware that Rescue has already taken up that space, and now off the back of that G2, they go in for the follow-up here. Utility bombarded, short control taken, and it's still Toki on Heaven, looking to find the value here with this Guardian. 2 kills in the round, but that's gonna be all that she finds. Door closes now. G2 in position of sight, get that spike down, and it's a 2v3 retake here, but look at what Sandra has. That's a lockdown.
It's possible to put it in for this retake. It was whether they're going to gamble it or not, but you can already see the long rotation coming back from Mimi. This is something they're well aware of. From the shadows as well, could be used just to try and dodge it if they wanted to. And Petra, they actually get caught. It just about escapes, but Ava is more than prepared.
2v2 situation. Really nice kill to narrow it down. And with the one-way, Vanya looking to play time. The wraparound is there from short as well for Mimi. Trailblazer gonna give away that position, and with this one-way, you can see Sandra just trying to stick to defuse here. Vanya, though, able to find the kill, and again, it's that contact play, the 1-2 swing, and G2, they clean house to get that lead a little bit further ahead here, 5-3. That was a really good one-way.
It was a well-played post-plant. I actually don't mind the attempted 2v3 setup, though. Like, they had a turret watching on short, which actually gave away Mimi's position a little bit before the Trailblazer did. So they were well aware of her spot. It is just this one way. Like, you can't see anything. You're very reliant on the other player being able to isolate one of the jewels. I'm pretty sure if they got it to half, they would have potentially tried to fight that one back. Unfortunately for Falcons, again, even in the rounds they're winning, they're not particularly clean. So financially back in the bin, and 5 rounds already on the attack side of Ascent, that's a pretty damn good start.
Undersided is what this tends to be called, and unless you're too competitionally mixed up here. That said, though, very quick side take for GT. Once again, the kind of setup towards mid and B not quite working out for Falcons, although they are going to be looking a little bit closer in this retake attempt. Toki does have the Bladestorm here. So far hasn't found anything, and right now it's a question of how exactly Falcons are going to be able to push the G2 players out of their post plants on site. Toki, though, already finding a kill with the Blades on Amy. Sandra chimes in with a Sheriff shot as well, and on site here, they're all that remain. Mimi finds a couple. Vanya chimes in with one, but that's it. Immediate refrags to come in for Falcons, and, you know, even though we didn't see half of those kills on the screen there, Tom, I feel like G2 were just as unprepared for that round to swing completely in favor, especially, you know, those Sheriff shots towards the end. Very, very nice.
Yeah, I'm curious if that was like an updraft couple of kills from Toki. Obviously a little bit more difficult to do nowadays because her 2 entries into the site just threw things into chaos. So you could see the players on site themselves not even realizing that some of the opposing team are already fully within the site. A big round for them to take, still not doing enough damage to the economy of G2 though. As I said, they've been keeping a lot of these rounds clean, and by the looks of it, they're about to just try and blitz B with the Showstopper again.
Showstopper could also see the Seekers coming in. We did see that Mimi used that the last time around. They wanted to push towards this B site. 2 huge ults potentially online here for G2. Like you mentioned, the Showstopper gonna open things off here. They do know that there's a couple of players backside, and Lush TP's in, but this might be the damage. At least Rescue able to take down Eva here with the Showstopper. But again, Falcons, they were so ready for this B site hit. And you can see the immediate rotations as well as a swing off the back of Rescue being isolated by that Killjoy utility to just be able to clean up those kills.
Yeah, I think this might be the point where G2 start to try and slow things down a little bit. That round, I think, was just a little bit too scripted, and the small amount of utility that was there from Sandra, just having the turret, spotting that little bit of information early, that was enough to just go, okay, we're just going to rotate everybody. Like the full team was immediately sprinting in towards the defense of that B site. And I think if G2 were going to go for that, it needed to be faster. It needed to be past that nano swarm. There needed to be something to try and delete that utility before they ran into the initial problem. So good work from Falcons. Again, it does feel like they're weathering the storm. And I'm definitely curious to see how G2's comp will actually work over on this defensive side. Because firstly, a lot of the time you're going to see this sort of like Sova combination with the KO, and instead they don't have as much in terms of running the Sky, especially now that the flashes don't actually replenish themselves. It's not going to be as much information as you'd like. And also just running the double duelist. I assume there's going to have to be quite a lot of aggression. So for Falcons, although you're looking at 5-5, you're thinking that's not a great defensive half. I'm not convinced this G2 comp's going to be great on the defense either.
I mean, while I do agree that Killjoy is by far the superior Sentinel on this map, as I am a Killjoy player myself, I do think that there are a couple of Cypher setups that could prove to be really annoying and could also compensate for that lack of info that you get usually from that traditional double initiator, one being the Sova, which is much more precise than the Sky. That said, though, I mean, I think that G2, they are going to be very aggressive on their defensive side. Kind of curious to see where exactly they're going to be pushing, but right now, at least, they're still on attack here. A bit of an eco round coming in for them. They do have the Seekers for Mimi, but again, you can see the setup, the high-low here. Again, the quick rotation over as well from the side, and it's Sandra, in fact, to find a couple of kills. One with the turret, one with the Vandal. Amy at least able to get a counter, but once again, Ludge is still on site here, able to find that kill onto Petra, and while Vanya at least gets one with the Sheriff, they're going to be surrounded on all sides by enemies. A third, though! Vanya going absolutely crazy in a 1v1, and while Mad V has the gun, Vanya, she has the op here. Spike in her control as well, could possibly try to go for the rotate, the crossover though towards Jenny. I don't know if she knows here, the flashback give away the position though, and Vanya! Just an insane clutch! My god.
Oh, that's definitely one of the best Red Bull clutches I've seen so far this tournament. There is a reason that G2 went out there and spent the big bucks buying out the superstar of BBL, because that is one of the most ridiculous clutches I've ever seen. Being able to the thing is, I don't even think the spacing from Falcons was that bad. The drop down, it was just a couple of insane shots, and then TPing over to reclaim that operator. It's one of the first times I think I've actually seen the G2 players properly celebrate. They've been so chill, but that was insane.
Really, really clean. That's going to be a huge morale boost as well, and unfortunately off the back of that, no operator is going to be online for Falcons in this one. I mean, it might be for the better, seeing that it hasn't really found the greatest value aside from those occasional heaven peaks on the retake. That said, though, we're going to have the Empress back online for Petra. Haven't really seen it find too much value so far, and I think for Falcons, what's important is that they do have this lockdown available for the retake. They're playing a little bit more passive than you expect them to, and off the back of those Seekers, a huge kill to come through for rescue here. Still, though, Eva and Toki find one apiece. Toki still bringing the damage. Neural Theft's finally going to come out, though. Will detect the position of all three players towards heaven, and you can see Mimi still looking for the fight here. Swings with Amy. Amy finds both players, in fact, on site, and now it's just Toki versus both, and this is just Amy's world. You know, that Neural Theft, you would think that G2 would go for the spike rotate off the back of it, but instead they just go swinging, and if that doesn't describe G2, I don't know what does.
Yeah, I guess it's more so just where the spike was. Like, getting it back would have been a ridiculously long rotation, and they couldn't be bothered, so just decided to dome everyone instead, and that is it. It's like, as I said at the beginning, there are few teams in this entire tournament that can go toe-to-toe with them individually. Falcons do seem to be one of them, but every once in a while you see the sheer force that G2 could just throw into a round. They'll take a 7-5 lead on that attack side, but as said, now I want to see what sort of aggressive set plays they've got on this defense, and with two players in mid, one on short, I'm guessing we're about to see some sort of pincer into mid.
See if that is the case here. Especially with that double duelist, kind of along the lines as well. So far, though, they're not going too far ahead of themselves. Petra, along with Rescue here, could possibly find the crunch, but instead for Falcons, it's just a pretty straightforward walk up towards that A site. No footsteps having been given away yet, or not taken either, so they just look to go in for this pretty straightforward execute. Of course, smoke, dash, Toki sees no one on site, will be able to at least get that plant down possibly, and G2, you already see them ready for that retake. The lurk though from Sandra, that's a huge kill on Petra.
Yeah, that might be the difference. They're going to have to now really worry about those players coming in from behind. Toki underneath. has been able to hold the line at least a little bit. And there's Amy once again, always fearsome in these sort of moments. But now that she's down, it's left all onto Vania. Already managing an insane clutch just moments ago, but this one would have to be even better to pull it off, and it's not going to happen. MavV with another triple kill. Falcons, they're going to have themselves a 6th.
Pretty nice. This should see them, unless of course G2 steal away another anti-eco. This should see them
again.
again. Yeah, I don't want to jinx Falcons, you know, but this should see them most likely evening up the scoreboard here. That said, though, for G2, timing's not quite correct, and I feel like this is a very, very passive setup for the kind of agent comp they're running. You didn't really see that Sky try to find info early on either on the map, which kind of puzzled me.
For this round, at least. The same as what we saw in the last half. It is going to be a complete gamble stack. This time on A, you can see for Falcons being a little bit more diligent. Like, you've got yourself a double initiator here. If they walk into the stack, I am going to be a little bit upset with them, I'll be honest. But it does seem like they're slowly probing in towards the B site. The drone's going to clear all of the close angles, all of the danger points. And once Toki takes the space, this round is basically done already.
Yeah, inclined to agree with you there, G2. They seem to have an inkling that everything's afoot on the B site. Quite a heavy purchase here coming in from the Falcons, so I think for G2, if they can find a couple of these picks here, it might be huge. I mean, we saw what they could do with Classics in that last anti-eco. This time around, a little bit less to work with in terms of information and space, but it's G2, so the call might just be to try and go in for a last-minute blitz, try and find a kill or two before dying to the spike here. Nobody really even trying to break that door open. You gotta just see them waiting for maybe somebody to reflank in through market, but Falcons, they're not risking anything. They're just playing that post plan to perfection. They know this is G2. You give them a gun, they might take a couple more from you in exchange, and yeah, it's just a round that is gonna be very, very quiet if you consider who's playing.
Yeah, I think the whole plan, again, is just go down to the spike. Don't allow your opponents to build up any orbs whatsoever. You don't want to allow them to, say, get a Blade Storm, or in a more likely case, go for the null command. And hey, Toki's still going to manage to get one. I guess it's an orb to the other direction as well. Both players will be at a similar spot with barely any kills on the board. But this is now where we expect things to get a little bit more interesting. Now, for Falcons, they lose no players. I think Toki will probably buy into a rifle as well, so they should have a pretty decent purchase going into this one. And on the other side of things, obviously now you have the rifles across the board. It was almost a flat eco out from G2. Their expectations are obviously that they'll do better in their buy rounds.
I mean, 5 Vandals across the board. Hopefully, yeah, they can do a little bit more, but the problem here is that, like you mentioned, we're going to see those 2 initial Vandals coming in. The one tap, though, from across short, it's going to take out MavV for the rest of the duration, so no possibility of a null command either. Now the reposition from Rescue, but the bait, yeah, Petra tucked away into the corner, just takes down Toki and still does have that dismiss if she needs to get out. Going to be opting to hold down the position, though. Does have the dark cover that could come down, letting her reposition possibly, and again, it's just both duelists for G2 holding down mid and still contesting it. Petra, of course, gonna be able to reposition back towards this crossfire, and Eva, for her troubles, does get this Vandal, but that said, that's 2 huge kills for G2 to start off.
Yeah, with a full Cypher setup on A, the worry will always be that your opponent's going to try and do something cheeky through mid, but the fact is they were more than happy to try and hold on to it, and well, Luj was waiting for the attempted fallback, but it's got nothing. Now, that mid control has been garnered, but you can see that Petra is more than happy to just passively sit. That's disgusting. I have X-ray and I barely saw anything.
It's just the pixel angle, and apparently a pixel is all that Petra needs. Now, 2 players left. Luj and Eva, of course, do have some weaponry. Eva tries to go for the swing onto something, but instead is greeted by the full G2 squadron.
Oh, no.
Now, they're just jumping around. They know exactly where Luj is. The flash, the peek, and poor Luj here, 19 HP. What can she really do? Peeks into 4 players in G2. That's then onto Lucio, follows in their buy round here, making a statement like, all right. You know, we might have started off a little bit slow here on defense, but we are so back.
It's the best way to start things off, and the Luthia flawless, just to make things that little bit sweeter for them. Now, obviously, this was a bonus, but you kind of hope for the sake of Falcons, they're at least able to do a little bit of damage, like bring something through to challenge in this next round. MavV is still 1 away from that null command, and especially up against the likes of a Cypher, you're expecting to see Amy play away from the site, just to try and avoid all of that utility going offline. For now, at least, it's where the aggression's coming through, and it's B main.
Yeah, I remember our analyst that's talking about Paper Rex Toxic. This is exactly what I expect to see. The 3-person push coming in. They already take care of that pesky little turret. This time around, though, opting to fall back once that Trailblazer gets broken without too much in return here. Already a huge piece of utility, no longer going to be available for the duration of the round. Mimi has to be very conservative with this guy util. Rescue, though, going to be holding that aggressive angle. Will take care of the drone, so at least both the high info pieces of utility have been taken out of the equation. And there is a rotation coming over towards his A side, but Vanya already towards A main, playing aggressively, jiggling, and does have the Cypher util to fall back on if necessary, along with this one-way.
Yeah, as you can see, Amy is as far away as humanly possible just to make sure that that isn't going to be a problem going into the latter stages. And also with all of them going through A main, you could see the push already beginning through mid. The only job for Vanya, try and buy as much time as possible, paranoia in hand to try and do just that. Although Toki has been able to get over this. It's going to be that initial fight and Toki's going to win it.
Yeah, first frag to come through. No more smokes available for the retake, although G2 at least, they've reconvened and they know for a fact that, alright, there's nobody coming in through mid as of yet. In fact, Petra, already on the flank here, has been detected and will at least catch the attention of some of these players before rotating back towards the site itself. Turret gotta be broken now, and you can see how far back Falcons have gone to try and make sure Petra will not be reconvening through that angle under heaven. Toki gets a collide, and suddenly this retake attempted falls apart for G2. Falcons say, you want an Andalusia flawless? Well, so can we. They equate the score 8-8 here. That was such a nice round from Toki.
Yeah, no, she did fantastically well, but I'm also liking the way the Falcons are being very proactive in their post-plant. I think a lot of teams on this map in particular, once they get onto the site, once they get into an afterplant, are normally fairly content to sort of sit passively and almost just wait to see what their opponents are going to do. But they took so much map control that any flank that was being attempted by G2 was an utter failure on out. We are going to see another purchase in, no problems after the previous flawless from G2. If they lose this next one, it might be a bit more problematic.
You know, of all things I had on my bingo card, Petra on Arena opping was not one of them, but I am here for it. So far, at least, it hasn't found too much. I think that Falcons do know that there is an op right now, so I'm surprised we haven't seen too much of a re-rotate away by Petra. That said, though, early on, you're going to be seeing Falcons pivoting a little bit more towards that B side after the defaulting. They know that there's an op. They know that they have. I don't think they've figured out that Amy is on this B site so far yet. I think a little bit of utility being used might give that away. And like you mentioned, look at how far back Amy is just happy to set themselves up here.
Yeah, the only problem will be is if nobody walks into those trips, it is just going to have to be that almost 5v5 retake. You can see the cross being attempted to be held.
Aww.
Oh, there you go. Eventually, it comes true. They needed that kill, because otherwise the retake's going to be incredibly difficult. Instead, now they at least have a player advantage.
5v4, like you said. Rescue does have a paint shells available for clearing out either the cubby or towards that backside. And Vanya, of course, the crunch has to come in from CT and Market here too, towards Market. But with this operator, it's going to be a little bit more awkward here. Somadron does tag out Vanya, delaying that retake a little bit. Eva, in fact, shuts down Rescue, so that's going to bring the numbers back in favor. Huge paranoia that connects with like, multiple players here. And Sandra towards main, doing her best to wreak some havoc. Now Eva, though, unfortunately, 1v3, isolates the first. Reload online for Vanya, but it doesn't matter because Mimi will be able to swing around and get that kill. A really nice attempt from Eva at winning out that 1v3, but instead G2, they make that retake work out, and Vanya retrieves the operator as well, so hopefully Petra finds a little bit more in that next round from it.
If anybody was going to be able to do it, it would be Eva. She has had an insane tournament thus far with Falcons, but it will be G2 to reclaim their lead. A back and forth thus far, and again, an Andalusia flawless in the prior round means that for the Falcons, they are still going to have a plentiful buy and also have an awful lot of ultimates that are coming close to being online. It does look again, though, like we might be about to see that attempted B main aggression. Didn't have too much success last time out, but they've got a cheeky little pop flash set up in case they need it.
Again, that turret gonna be broken early on here. Space gonna be taken towards main. Operator gonna be swapped back out, and Petra, you can see her going in for that reposition, possibly towards mid. The spike itself looking towards A, hoping for perhaps G2 getting aggressive, maybe a push or two. Instead, though, Falcons just gonna be forced to wait out this one way once again. Vanya buying so much time on this A main. You see the respect coming out of Falcons on multiple rounds here. Just kind of forced to at least use a lot of utility to clear out the space or just wait for it to go down. Now, the null command gonna be popped for the execute finally, but since Amy is playing a little bit far back, not gonna be able to get shut down quite yet. The tripwire still online means that Vanya will be able to find the kill onto Matt V, and while possibly Matt V could be resurrected, it's gonna have to be very, very careful. The recon dart comes through, but instead it's just a swing from G2 on towards Heaven. Beautiful paranoia from Vanya, who's still looking to fight it out, and Petra jumps down with the classic. Doesn't even matter. She doesn't even need to swap out the gun here. The neural theft to come through, reveal exactly where Ludge is. Once again, a 1v3 that Falcons will have to clutch out to get the round here. 2 players towards Heaven. Ludge knows that the push could be coming in any second towards short. Having to isolate these fights, it's very difficult. Gets one onto Petra, but Petra will find the better in that scenario. 10-2 as G2 gets 10-8 as G2 get to double digits.
Yeah, I think it's got to be infuriating the amount of damage that's currently being done just by Amy's trips, like consistently catching one of those opening kills. And that's the thing, after that point, G2 are just able to basically use their fundamentals, just swing together, trade together. The sort of basics of FPS is something that obviously the likes of Petra and Mimi have definitely mastered many years ago. So I think that's really where Falcons are struggling a little bit and just need to be a little bit more careful about the utility that they're attempting to avoid. But you kind of understand it. When you throw in a null command, you kind of expect those abilities to be offline. For now, though, definitely not a death sentence, but they do have to be careful. Finances pretty much on the brink here. They could gamble and go in with the Blade Storm, and as said, they're one off a Hunter's Fury, a couple off a Lockdown, so there are ults that could potentially pad the gaps, but obviously on the other side of things, no trouble in terms of those finances. And also Vanya's popping off, which as many teams have witnessed throughout game changers over the last year or so, there's not a lot you can do about that.
Yeah, I mean, Varia popping off is the death knell for most maps, and this map, at least she started with a vengeance here on that anti-eco. She's come out to play. I feel like, yeah, like you said, she took what our AD said a little bit to heart and is intent on proving all of us wrong. Said though, 10-8, like you mentioned, for the side of Falcons, gonna be a bit of a half buy, not the greatest to work with, and you can see that Blade Storm, Toki trying to go take up that early space here. Instead, it's gonna be Petra being able to not just get that kill, but also reposition and holds on to that angle. The spike gets dropped as well, which is going to make it a little bit tough, and that's that huge ultimate that, like you mentioned, could have made this round a little bit more viable, like Falcons did in that previous half while winning that Thrifty, taken offline in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think also the bigger issue is just not having your jet.
Oh my god,
could be a huge issue for taking space. I don't even know if it's going to be the top 10 on their list of problems in this round already. The double kill coming in for Rescue, and you can see again, G2 are never static. Consistent re-aggressions, like taking space as a duo. Mimi and Vanya just having a look up onto short, and well, this push isn't really going anywhere. They almost need to hope that somebody makes a mistake, but bear in mind, Sandra has a stinger coming out of A main. Good luck.
Yeah, against the operator, not going to be finding too much. Now Ludge position known once again. 2 players from G2 on the other side, lying in wait, just holding the angle, in fact, along with the operator, and it will be the operator to find that kill. You know, Petra might have had a little bit of a slow start to this game, but in these last couple of rounds has been having that consistent impact. Falcons, this is arguably their last chance to kind of get back into this here, with the scoreline being what it is, and this buy, it has to work out, especially with the ultimates that they have in their pocket.
It's also a bit of a worry as well, because, correct me if I'm wrong, but the next map coming up is going to be Icebox, which obviously for Falcons was a great map when they played versus Focus Sakura, but it's also a map that G2 Gozen have been dominating. They've won it 4 times throughout. It's their most, or joint most played map, so I wouldn't like to be heading into that unless I had a serious game plan to destroy their strats. For now, though, well, it is going to be, or it should be, a free A site with the push coming through. Now again, they've got to deal with those trips. We'll see if any of them are going to be problematic for them here.
So far, at least it's just a camera. Does spot
Oh,
out
no.
Toki, and off the back of the Vanya finds the kill. Showstopper for some additional pressure, and Rescue delivers here, shutting down Ludge. G2, they didn't even wait for that spike to go down before they swing off the back of their utility, and now the spike gonna be dropped in such an awkward position. Sandra at least able to find a kill onto Mimi here, but look at the positioning of the Falcons here. All of them towards A main. Spike dropped on the site, and there's an operator from Petra holding down the fort. Amy as well, with short under lockdown. There is some time on the clock here for Falcons to try and make something work, but it's just, again, G2, they look so dominant here right now. 2 players left, Sandra being incredibly low to boot, and at this point, I feel like it might just be better to cut your losses. All right, Madvi, that's a nice kill onto Petra.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's even still getting through that choke should be impossible. A Paranoia still available if they even need it. And with the smokes just delaying such a ludicrous amount of time, they basically just have to throw everything into the wind here if there's going to be any level of hope. And bear in mind the economy's low. And there's that Paranoia. That's the thing. Vania saved her Paranoia until the last 12 seconds of the round. You realize how annoying that is to play against. She could have used it to slow them down earlier if she wanted to, but just had confidence in her teammates. And again, I'm going to sound like a broken record. That's another round that they've lost almost solely to the Cypher setup. And we could get the scoreboard up. Amy's at the bottom, and the assists aren't really showing for what they're worth. But the amount of value her Cypher has got in this game on the defense has been unbelievable.
Yeah, I feel like since it's been out since the game came into existence and hasn't really been taken out of the rotation. I don't know why. But that said, I feel like Ascent's Killjoy, you know, it's something that everybody's kind of figured out how to play around here, but, you know, especially with Cypher getting those buffs a couple patches ago, and in general just being a really, really annoying agent, you haven't really seen too much of it around Ascent because of how strong a Killjoy is, so I think that is adding to the chaos factor here. Falcon's kind of struggling in terms of being able to shut Amy down, especially when, like you mentioned, because that Cypher util doesn't go down, she's playing so far away from the site, so consistently being able to find value with those trips is huge. Falcons now pivoting a little bit, going towards mid and short instead. Operator not going to be on this line, although Rescue does get that initial information. Baiting for Amy here. Still able to stay alive, and a beautiful dark cover from Vanya does help them stay alive a little bit longer. Mimi tries to swing over instead, though. It's just going to be a couple of kills going the Falcons' way. Amy at least able to find that first, but again, the collateral! Almost the double kill, rather. Amy going huge and has the spike in her control. 2v3 scenario. Petra towards B, of course, trying to hold down the fort, but Amy, along with Vanya, they have the spike still.
This attack side has been so messy. Bavy hand delivers the spike. The other 2 players have to try and retrieve it, and both of them go down to Amy, since she might not be at the top of the scoreboard right now, but she might just give it a go. I think she's got a while to try and catch up to Vanya, and the map might genuinely end before she gets there. 25 seconds. It's got to be a race to the finish for this attack side if they're going to have any chance of winning this. I feel like they almost have to win off elimination, and they check the wrong corner. AB's going to close it out with a 4K, and G2 in the end close things out quite comfortably.
Yeah, comfortable is an understatement. I feel like they only lost a couple of rounds on the defensive side, and that was usually where they were at a little bit of an economic situation after that pistol. G2 looking almost flawless in their second half. Of course, on the first, it was a little bit more back and forth. That meta composition with the Killjoy really doing a good job of being able to take care of the site, you know, make those retakes viable for the side of Falcons and help them keep that advantage heading into those retake situations. But once that side swap occurred, G2, I mean, you have Amy being a menace on one side, you got Petra and Mimi and Rescue pushing out on the other. I feel like mid was the only area that was kind of left a little bit more open compared to the rest of it, and while you did see Falcons try to pivot towards it towards the end, it was just a little bit too late at that point.
Yeah, I think this is something that G2 are just excellent in general, forcing you out of your comfort zone. You could see that a lot of what it came to became very, very awkward, and they did well in that first map.
Yeah, I mean, that's map number 1 taken by G2. It was their map pick, but like you mentioned, Tom, Icebox so far, they're undefeated this year. And yes, Falcons, they played it once, but G2 have that more experience. So let's see if Falcons can bring it back in that game number 2. But before that, we're going to be taking a short break, so we'll be right back.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the jump all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder.
Apparently, I was muted through all that, so that's really fun. But you guys heard me, and I'll just repeat myself very quickly. Sam, did you like the comp the G2 ran?
No, I did not. I am furious. There is a great ball of pain deep in my soul that feels like a button's being pushed, and and the thing that makes me really angry is the fact that it worked. And the thing is, it had nothing to do with the comp. They just outgunned, and my soul hurts, Yinsu. It hurts.
Pilsky, are you feeling a similar pain as Sam? How you doing?
Yeah, like a little bit, but at the same time, it's Valorant. You can do as much prep as you want. You can play metacomp versus metacomp for 500 scrims, but when you hit that loading screen, and I've been there, as a coach in officials, you hit that loading screen, and an official in the other team plays something crazy, and you're not good at adapting on the fly, you're not good at playing around it, you're gonna lose.
Yeah, I mean, let's just talk about this comp, because Ascent is where we don't see a lot of crazy stuff in EMEA. In fact, this is the agents that we just saw on Ascent. On the left, Falcons, Vega, Pilsky, they run what everyone runs. I mean, we see an odd Phoenix here and there, but just everything on the side of G2. Break down for me why this is so unconventional.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is the meta comp, and it's evolved to that way for a certain reason. There's a lot of set plays that you can do. It's been established for a long time, and it's very popular for a reason. I feel like Ascent is one of the longest maps in the pool, and it's been figured out to some extent. So, as you mentioned, changing things up. I would say Phoenix Cypher is crazy, and that's what NASA was running. But this is on another level of only retaining one agent to the rest of the pool. And I think that they definitely did play things in a pretty simplistic manner. They did a lot of things that even you would do with the metacomp, like the A main setup on defense and things like that. They got a lot of value out of the Cypher. So, look, it worked. At the end of the day, it got them the W's. So, was it a good cook? Yeah, I guess so. If you got that palette.
Okay, no, I hard disagree. The thing is, the comp itself didn't facilitate anything. We had a round where Petra did not use a single piece of util. She just blew everyone's heads off, all right? Isolated 1v1s by ducking around a corner, and Falcons just let her do it, and then she blew their heads off, okay? It had nothing to do with the composition. Fair enough. Credit where it's due, G2. You girls are incredible aimers. You can click heads, you are so skilled, but that comp did nothing. And if you're gonna play a comp exactly like another comp, but the only reason you're playing the new comp is so that you're not playing the old comp so that you can look cool and edgy, no. Oh, I'm so mad, but I still love you, G2.
All right, they won, that's what it matters. We did have a heat map, but I'm gonna skip that for now because Icebox is coming up, and I think this is gonna be interesting once again. Sam might not survive the day because Pilsky brimmy with a stimmy on Icebox. What do we make of that?
On the box, Brimmy on the box. Let's go. I'm keen for it. It's something we saw in VCT Americas, I believe, from G2. So let's see what they're going to make of it. It's definitely interesting, and I think double controller has grown in popularity, right? And this is just another iteration of that. In fact, we saw a lot of experimentation, especially in Astra meta as well. We'd even see a bit of Astra on Icebox for a while. So far, it's undefeated, so you can't mess with that. They are 4-0 with this comp so far, G2. Let's see if it's going to be 5-0.
I think a lot of that comes down to teams not knowing how to deal with it currently. It's kind of new and edgy and unique, and teams haven't adapted to it yet. The problem with the Brimstone comp is that you don't have a lot to facilitate a plant. You're just kind of out in the open. That's why Sage was such a big part of it for so long, and that's why a lot of teams are playing Harbor because of the Cove, plus you can do double slice. So there's a lot that comes to the table with it. Brimstone, you've got 3 smokes and an orbital strike. And I feel like, yes, teams are making it work, but I think that once other teams start adapting to it, it's going to just shift out of the meta completely.
Yeah, but the orbital strike is really big, Sam.
It's really big. Really
it's
cool.
really wide. Yeah, and it kills. You were saying how G2 they rely on just pew pew killing, but they've got something that could kill.
And then when they win, he goes, "Time for a protein shake." Like that's so sick, bro.
Yeah, Pilsky knows where it's at. But this is the thing, though. It's G2. Maybe they just don't even do the brimmy stuff again. But we know for a fact that we're probably not going to see anything conventional. So, Sam, honestly, how much would you like them to cook? What seasoning would you sprinkle into this?
Honestly, I would not hate like a double initiator Gecko comp. I think that would be fun as all hell. And I mentioned the Harbor for a double controller with the Viper. I think that that's a ton of fun. I think that Yoru has a lot of good stuff, and we've said it. They can play Yoru. We've seen it on Bind. So if they pull that out here on Icebox, I am all for it. But not the Brimstone.
I mean, yeah, Brim's interesting because you can do a lot of things like with the double controller. You could do things like drop the Viper wall on B and then drop smokes for like a snowman wrap or like a mid fight, things like that. Underarming a KO flash through walls is very popular at the moment. So it's kind of like this second layer of executes, and it's so snappy, it's so fast with the sky smokes that sometimes the other team's not ready for you to just drop smokes and drop a stim and go and get in their face. As Sam was talking about, though, on the other side of things, I mean, last time Falcons did play this map, it was a Gecko double controller comp against Focus. So, you know, that'll be an interesting one. But look, let's not act like the comp is like super weird or anything on either side, because it's only one agent different, and that agent's always been flexed on Icebox. Even back to the days of the meta comp, people were still experimenting. Do I play a Sage, or hey, I'll chuck a KO in there. Hey, I'll play a Reyna because old mate's feeling real sharp today. So, you know, we'll see what happens with the little adaptations, but the same core 4 agents.
Yeah, we are experiencing a little bit of a delay right now. So honestly, I said I was going to skip the heat map, but why not bring it back? I know we're going to go to Icebox. It's a little bit cold over there, so maybe we can warm up with the heat map before that, because back on Ascent, as you guys can see, this is G2's attack site kills. And Pilski, talk me through what we see here.
To one-head analysis, I see many dots on the sites and in the mains, and not many dots in the middle of the map, because it's a little bit harder for them to run a default. It's a little bit harder for them to run map control. They did do a few splits. You can see that, especially catwalk splits into A. But yeah, the comp did seem to be a lot of 1-4ing, a lot of 5-manning, and just going into the sites and shooting the other team in the face and doing different variations of little exes that the other team can't really play around, because who the hell has ever played that comp on Ascent in practice or officials?
Yeah, I think that the comp itself, look, I know I went kind of nuclear a little bit earlier on, but I do understand why they're going for these crazy things. And I think that the problem with the comp and the fact that you can't take that mid control is something that could be addressed. And maybe you can still keep like the skeleton of it and maybe tweak something here or there. But for the most part, I think, yeah, it worked because it's G2, and maybe a little change here or there. I'm rambling. I'm still like, yeah.
That's okay. I mean, I think like...
Take your time. Take a break.
To pick up on that a little bit, I will say as well, there is a reason why the comp run, and there is some things Falcons could have done better. Like we saw a lot of dry peaks on attack. They're getting opted by Petra. They're dry peeking into angles, getting, you know, run out by double duelists and things like that. So... yeah, Falcons made mistakes. They didn't play well enough to beat the comp at the end of the day. And that's what I said before. Sometimes you load into the server, you're playing a wacky comp, and you don't play it well enough, and you can lose the game because of it, unfortunately. And I'm sure maybe if they did play a normal comp, their Ascent might have looked stronger.
Yeah, and all I'm going to say is a dub is a dub. It doesn't matter how you got the dub. It's a W for a reason. We do have the agent select now for Icebox ready for you guys. So maybe we can take a look and see if we're going to get the Brimmy, we're going to get the Gecko, where both teams are going to go this time around, because I feel like Ascent was a bit of an appetizer. And looking at this, we are going to get the Gecko, and we are going to get the Brimmy.
What do you think about the Gecko, Sam? I mean, you were talking about it before. You love the plant meta on this map, different ways that you can kind of set up those plants. And honestly, the more that I've watched Gecko lately on a lot of different maps, especially against Cypher comps, but I'm interested to see it here, I feel like it's kind of good. Like, you know, you send little man in, and he's going to try to facilitate a plant for you, set you up in a post plant. He's just like, you know, he's a little homie.
I just love how you call it the plant meta. Like, you know, if you plant, that's good. Let's get more plants. What do you think?
That's literally what my missus said when she moved in. She said, let's get more plants. And now I live in plants. And it's, you know what? She was right. She was right.
Why are you trying to flex on us? Like, we get it. Like, okay. What about you, Sam? like
No
plants?
plants for me, but I kill them, to be honest. I can't even grow a herb garden. But I do really like the gecko. I feel bad for Lil Bro though. I think that he's gonna get bullied a lot when he gets sent in to go and plant. You know, he doesn't have a cove to help him or a sage wall or anything like that. So he's gonna be out in the open and under a lot of heavy fire. But I like the gecko, right? At first, like over the last few months, I've been a Gecko denier, right? I did not want to know about Gecko. Anybody that brought up Gecko, I thought they were just on some weird hope. But
why?
Recently, because of Lil Bro and because of the fact that it's just so easy to counter. But the more I've seen it played and the more I've kind of thought about it, like, obviously we had like off season, so I wasn't really thinking about it all that deeply. But now that we're kind of back into the swing of things, I'm watching some teams and I'm coaching a team myself, so I'm really being forced to think about it. And like, there's so much that you can do with Gecko. There's so much information that you can get off of him. He's almost the new Sky. Now that Sky doesn't, refresh that flash anymore, you've got to replace that with something, and Gecko's a pretty good 1-for-1.
Honestly, I've heard about your disdain of plants and Pilski's love for plants. I think we need to settle this, bring Zach back, bring Tom back, get our coach's hat on, and think about if we like plants or not like plants.
Well, when it comes to in Valorant, I must say I do love a good spike plant, especially if I'm on the attacking side, but I have the same problem as Sam. I don't really have what you call the green thumb, so I've even managed to kill off plants that only need water. They're not even in soil, and well, yeah. Either way, though, I don't think we're here to... Yeah, I mean, even those I've killed, Tom. You don't know about my brown thumb. I have the opposite of a green thumb. What about you, though? Like, how's your history with plants?
You did good. I have a girlfriend and she's good at looking after them sometimes.
Lucky you. Well, at least somebody's able to take care of the plants here. So far in the game, though, we do see an early kill coming through. Toki shutting down Rescue as they try to go in for a bit of an aggressive AP here. Unfortunately, not going to be finding much off the back of it aside from a very quick death. And can immediately see that Falcons, they're going to be able to go a little bit more on that A side. We'll be able to pressure through with the Gecko. The flash not going to quite catch anybody. That recon does, though. Huge information. And while the spam off the back of it doesn't quite connect, a lot of space is going to be able to get taken by the Falcons roster towards the side. That said, though, with the utility being dumped and the time that it's taken, it's going to be better for them to possibly rotate over, and that's the call here.
Yeah, I think they managed to pull pretty much everybody off of the site. Vania now going on the rotation back, and a little bit of damage has been done onto Sandra, and well, could have been a little bit more. Looked like a real opportunity to find that kill back. Instead, though, with the Viper screen going up, a decent opportunity to get into that after plant, and Mad V already picking off another as well.
Yeah, Spike gonna be planted, Maddie backing away with the kill, and now it's this 5v3 post plan that we're looking at. G2, of course, they do have a Sheriff on Petra, as well as this Recon Bolt. Unfortunately, the Recon not gonna be able to spot anything, and again, with these numbers, it's just gonna be that contact play coming through here for Falcons. That another Recon finds the kill, helps Toki find the killer onto Amy, and while the Poison Orb does hide the possible diffuse coming through, instead Falcons, with the numbers advantage, are gonna just be able to clean house, and under Lucia, flawless to start off Icebox. And I know we had our doubts heading into this map, how exactly it was going to play out, and I know we're very early into it, but that was a very nice round coming out of Falcons.
Yeah, no, a fantastic start for them. I'm still definitely interested to see what's going to be able to be done with this composition from G2, because I know that there's some Brimmy deniers, but if Chronicle plays an agent on a map, I'm in. That's all I'm going to say. He has played Brimstone on this map before. Sure, different composition with the old school mech guys, but there's a lot of cool one-ways you can do with it. A lot of quicker rotations from the Stimmy. And Sam also forgot to mention there's a Molotov. There's another piece of utility that could be used to sort of clear some of these angles. I think that's one of the important things with the compositions actually being run by G2 is just having so much utility to be able to put into these corners, especially on the attack. For now, though, this is just a shooting gallery. You're not going to expect to see much out of the side
of G2 anyway.
G2, but that is very clean.
Yeah, just Ludge watching for the flank, gets rewarded with a triple and a second Andalusia flawless here for the side of Falcons. That's going to make their economy very, very happy. And also their ult economy is good, especially if you have your Viper farming up these kills and those possible ult orbs. That said, though, to add on to your point about the Brimstone there, Tom, if you think about it, that means that 4 out of the 5 agents on this G2 lineup are post-plant agents. So, you know, if you get that spike down and you have the utility still into play, it's going to be very difficult for Falcons to even touch that spike, let alone defuse it.
Yeah, I think even just raw execution power is also very, very good for them here. Early space being taken, the flash combination alongside the dart is going to clear out a lot of early angles that could be problematic.
Dizzy, unfortunately, at least initially, not finding too much, although it does serve to at least push Vanya a little bit further back. There is still that toxic screen, though, that G2 is looking a bit worried about. You can see the pings coming through from the Falcons side on side, and they have it right so far. 3 players from G2 willing to take the peek if, in fact, Falcons commit towards this, but instead, it's just going to be the drone from Petra going for a little bit more of that information. Does detect a couple of players, and Falcons, despite that, seem quite unwilling to go to back here. Perhaps knowing that this is that bonus round here for them, it's a little bit of consolation. If they can get a couple of kills here, it's going to be good enough, let alone a spike plant. And G2, they haven't moved a muscle. Look at their positioning. They're still playing that 2A, 3B kind of split, especially with that Killjoy utility locking down mid. Recon Bolt gonna reveal Vanya's position, but that counter from Petra, it shows exactly where these players are. Off the back of it, Vanya already able to find a kill here. You can see the lurk as well kicking in right now towards his tube. Sandra finds Amy, and that's gonna shut down this Killjoy utility. Suddenly, mid looking so much more vulnerable, and as G2 get distracted, Eva takes full advantage of the Pandemonium to be able to find a kill. Vanya, though, still playing Anchor, still playing Spoil Sport here. The timing on the wraparound here, it could be perfect. Thankfully, the dash takes care of that. And with 10 seconds left, Vanya is just denying anything from happening on this site. Of course, Madby, the last one left alive, and Vanya says, none of that here. This is my site. You're not even going to be allowed to get that spike down. And she confirms the run with an ace.
We might need to get the stats from Vanya's average, or ACS, average combat score, beginning of the day, and average combat score at the end of the day, because she has been straight farming in this match so far. Fantastic in map number 1. And the thing is, in this round, I think Falcons did excellently. I'm really liking how they're combining their Soga util. It's just the split was a little bit slow. The players through mid were disjointed, and it looked like there was going to be a really good timing to catch out the players in the back. Instead, Vanya was able to get aggressive, and because of that, things didn't really go to plan. Now, luckily, that was a bonus. So they could have won the bonus. Now they actually have a purchase, and it looks like they're looking to put Vanya under pressure once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's Vanya. That's probably where she thrives the best. So even though Vanya is alone, temporarily at least on that B site, you know, G2, they've been very quick over the rotations on this map so far. So I feel like that could be a factor. I also like this little bit of a nanoswarm that you see pre-placed on that B site just to deny the value from that Gecko's wingman trying to get that plant really, because on that B site, we all know how pesky it is, even with the changes to come in, to be able to just get that spike down without that sage wall. So, of course, just a little bit of extra problems caused for the Gecko and the wingman there. That said, though, again, it's just a recon for recon. Thrash gonna be coming through here, clears out the site completely. You can see that G2, they were playing a little bit back because of that ultimate, and now Mad B already having used it. You can see them re-encroaching and trying to defend this area, and there's the power of the smoke kicking in. Just so much visual denial here for this G2 side. Wingman able to deny the plant, but off the back of it, the swing from Mad B and Eva, they find a triple apiece. Amy, though, still looking to be a menace, looking to be a problem. 2v3, as that spike finally does go down, and Amy, you can see her getting a little bit ahead of herself here. Timing on the peak, gonna be everything. Spots out the position, though, of Eva, gets the kill, and now it's a 2v2. Oh, Vanya has come back on Rafters, regroup with the teammate, and Falcons, they're playing a little bit further back. They do have that spike down. Sandra goes in for a peek, gets a little bit of info, spots out Vanya's position, knows that Amy's also inside, so at least for now, the flank, they know for a fact that there's no flank coming, but they don't need a flank. Amy just on site, being an absolute menace, and Mad V, she got the opening couple of kills, but now in this 1v2, Vanya already able to stick half the defuse, the Dizzy, the Mosh not quite connecting, and while there is an attempt at isolating the fight here, it will still be Vanya just able to stick the spike through, even as Mad V gets the kill. What a masterful round from G2. I feel so bad there for Mad V, but what was that?
I feel like there's some pretty decent execute power coming out for the side of Falcons. Like, I enjoyed the fact that, again, they're combining the Dizzy with a lot of other utility to go through those smokes. The problem is, well, in this case, it just looked like they lost the firefight. So Amy able to just do Amy things and sneak her way through onto the site. And I think the crossfires from Falcons just a little bit shaky in this round. The thing is, though, they're coming in with 3 rifles, and G2 definitely have some gaps. I am scared, though, because Rescue now has an operator, and, well, as you can see, there's a Viper's Pit.
Yeah, early Viper's Pit coming through from Vanya, and it's gonna just cover up so much space. It's such an aggressive Viper's Pit as well. If you look at how much it covers here, even including that scale up towards Nest. So Vanya could definitely have an angle towards that. That said, though, the nice thing about the Viper's Pit is that more often than not, especially towards these higher level teams, you do see that because of that Viper's Pit, it does give them a little bit more space to scale up on the other side. Petra, of course, waiting with the recon on any hint of noise or timing to just be able to take care of that. Vanya, if that does connect, Vanya could find a couple of kills here through the smoke, but instead, though, it's just going to be Petra and Vanya holding on. Vanya finally giving up that elevated angle, but still the utility here is just going to be traded for both of these sides. And in the meantime, it's like there's no other map control available for Falcons. You can see the amount of space that Mimi has taken up towards B.
Going for Legolas-style darts. The flank back now would just be... It seems way too late. 30 seconds left on the clock to try and go for a wraparound. I guess they were really expecting to get something here. I don't know what the plan is. A split through mid is one of the only potential gaps, but I already think there's been a rotation. Amy is going to hear the footsteps. Timing here could be everything. If she catches the spike player, that could be a bigger problem, but they've managed to bypass it. Also a spot from Petra. They've got past that as well. They may get it off the plant, but Mimi... She's caught the player. Is the time even going to be enough for them to retrieve it? I think they may just about have it. It's going to be incredibly close on that plant and just about goes down. They're given an opportunity here.
Yeah, 2v2, but look at the HP of these players on Falcons. Both of them only a bullet or two away from their demise. Madvi, though, does have that Thrash available for the post plan, and it could be a pivotal ult here. That said, though, the positioning for Madvi, it's going to be everything here. And Toki, at that distance, is able to get the fight onto Amy. I like the play from Falcons there. They expected that lockdown, and you could see that Madvi was in prime position to be able to catch the rotation, if any, from mid and capitalize to find that kill. They didn't even need to use the Thrash at the end of it, and of course, off the back of that G2, their economy, it's going to be defunct, and Falcons, looking at their ultimates, they have they don't even need it with the guns that they have, but it's not only going to be that attack operator, but also the snowball ultra that we could see coming online here.
I'll show her who's a real
The bigger problem, G2's economy is in the mud, so this is now a great opportunity for Falcons to really start building up into this side. Obviously, the last couple of rounds have been relatively close. G2 aren't just going to sit back and wait patiently for their opponents to come to them. Going for an aggressive push early. It's already been spotted, but Sandra definitely has to be careful.
Early space, yes, it's been taken, but Madvi instead able to shut down Rescue. That's at least the first kill. Classic, the Sheriff gonna be retrieved here. Vanya falls back, but that said, right, again, the information comes through for Falcons. They know that there's at least a double or triple push coming in from A, so they pivot towards B instead, which has been kind of left on a retake setup. Of course, there's going to be a little bit of denial for the plants coming in from Wingman, thanks to those nanoswarms here, but it's finally going to be able to go down. No real way for G2 to break it either. G2 on this retake, they're going to be struggling with the weapons that they have. 3-5 now. Of course, if they could get a couple of these ults online, it's going to be helpful, especially for the side of Mimi here, since she's only one off of that orbital strike. But that said, again, look at this post plant, right? Falcons, they really aren't leaving any gaps for G2 to try and exploit. There's no flank really coming in either. The spike gets tapped here. The swing off the back of that, it's going to be Vanya to find one with the Sheriff, a trade as Falcons find Amy there. But again, with the weapon advantage, Eva is able to just clean up the two remaining G2 players, and Falcons, they find a pretty clean round, only losing one player in the process, and they hold on to all of these ultimates.
Not really a round where you expected too much damage to be done, and now Ghosts themselves are gonna take a pause, obviously going into the bye round. Still though, I feel like, at least with how some of those initial rounds gone, they can feel fairly happy on the Falcon side, the economic position that they found themselves in. As you said, like having that many ults either online or close, it's definitely going to make things a little bit more interesting. Now, I am actually excited to see the orbital strike. I think it's one of those ultimates that, especially in terms of plant denial going into this round, could be a huge factor. And as we've said, like, neither of these teams do have something like a Harbor or a Sage if they want to have a more concrete way to get themselves into the site. My main worry is that, considering G2 are going into a buy here, they've got to be really careful. Like, Thrash is going to be able to like take space into the sites for them. The Hunter's Fury might be able to isolate an opening pick. And more importantly, they've just got to watch out for MabV, who's currently 11-2 and just farming everyone on the other side.
Yeah, nice solid 5.5 KDA, and it's been, what, 6 rounds? We already have the second Thrash online. Like, that's a testament to how much farming MadV's been doing, not just off the kills here, but also the outsorbs, especially with the plants. It's one of the reasons I love playing Gecko, because especially since you're planting that spike with the wingman, it's so easy to get your ult up. And the fact is, you know, if you use Thrash and you get a couple of kills off the back of that, those also count for recharging your ult. So I feel like the Gecko ult is just one of those that you can quite easily get offline, and it's just really, really great value for ult orb. I was gonna say value for money, but I realized you can't really buy ults. But anyway, I'm getting distracted. G2 this time around looking to get a bit aggressive towards this A site. Rescue on this upper angle. Hasn't really spotted out anybody from Falcons, as nobody has ascended towards that nest angle quite yet. A little bit more of a slower play from that Falcons side. I mean, they've been slow throughout this half, but usually you see them kind of converging towards one side of the map. They're more split up this time, and I'm going to be wondering how they're going to be using these ults to really capitalize already. Oh my god, you see the Thrash come through with the orbital strike. It almost catches MadV. Instead, though, it's going to be Toki towards mid to rip apart Amy. And with that Killjoy going down, this mid suddenly looks so much more vulnerable. Mimi at least shuts her down, but Toki's still there for the refrag. MadV takes the rescue as well, and suddenly this A site, it's completely open.
For Mimi. Oh, she's not going to get that kill. Toki waiting patiently for any sort of drop down, and well, for Vania, it almost comes down to just trying to hold on to a weapon. Can she stop herself from being isolated? It does seem, at least at the moment, that other than a couple of individual plays, G2 are sort of struggling to hold back what has been a fairly intense attack side out from Falcons. As I said, I think the combinations they've been using off their utility have made things very awkward for the G2 side to fight. And for Vania, one of the rounds that they do have was her managing to get an ace. So unless she's somehow going to pull this one off in the next few seconds, I think this is going to be a 5-2 start now for Falcons.
It should be that. Maybe another kill for Vania if she can find Toki here. Unfortunately, Toki gonna be able to get away with her life and her weapon. So, like you said, 5-2. Falcons kind of in the lead here. And off the back of that timeout, G2 surprisingly haven't adapted too much. You still see the kind of same split coming through here, same kind of plays from them. And I feel like you mentioned, Falcons, right? They're taking their time. They're smoking out what exactly these players from G2 are playing and going in for these very quick, very aggressive executes off of it. I also like that in that last round, you saw how aggressive Toki got towards mid. She was able to find a huge opening onto Amy there. And again, just that 1-2 crunch towards any of these sites, whether it's towards mid, towards B, or just A through mid. It's just been Falcons being very aggressive. And G2, they're kind of caught off guard, especially since how quiet these early rounds have been here. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Vania trying something maybe a little bit cheeky. I don't know if she wanted the orb. I don't think so. I think it was more just trying to garner some extra space. Obviously, having that one rifle, I wouldn't be surprised if that was juggled into somebody else's hands. And yeah, I believe that Mimi's now going to be playing with that for the remainder of the round. But again, Falcons just taking things nice and slow. They know that there's going to be an attempted piece of aggression, and well, it's almost like the push and pull of the map. As G2 go one way, Falcons go the other. And that B site now looking clear, although the sound cues should have been there. The Dizzy will have given it away.
You should run. Yeah, so you can immediately see G2 kind of rotating over. Mimi, of course, still looking to play that anchor, but this lockdown, it will confirm the space. Falcons not really risking it. I like how they've been cycling these ults around. Like you saw the Thrash coming through in that previous round, and they kept the lockdown for this one. So it's going to be something else. Of course, Ludge is going to be a turret, human turret towards spawn, just left to watch down flank. The spray, unfortunately, not going to be able to take down Wingman. And once again, it's Falcons to set themselves in that post plant. And we talked about how the Sova, Killjoy, Viper core for this map can be really strong in that post plan. We're talking about how G2 has an additional agent in that aspect, but you also do have to notice that so does Falcons You do see that Rescue is at least able to find a kill, although Toki with the gun at least able to get that refrag 2v3 situation. G2 at least finding a little bit of damage, hoping to perhaps bait that Hunter's Fury out of the way here. But when you have so much of these mollies available, it could be huge. Rescue though on track for the ace here. It's gonna be ticked down to a little bit of HP. Does spot out this final player, almost gets the kill,
lucky.
but unfortunately Eva will be able to clutch it out. It came a little bit close there on time, but at least G2 in that eco round are able to find the damage.
That would have been insane if they had 2 rounds based off of aces. I
know.
don't think that happens too often, but yeah, a nice attempt. I will say the damage at this stage, it's almost a little bit irrelevant. Like the amount of cash that Falcons have been able to build up over the last few rounds, unless there's actually a victory coming through soon for G2, it's not really going to have the impact that they would desire. And yeah, as said, like they're not really having to use too much in these rounds to actually get them over the line. Their post-plant setups, their after-plant utility has been great. And in this round, well, it almost looks like they might be attempting to pick up the pace a little bit here. The thing is, though, it's almost just like Toki is trying to just cause a distraction as the rest of the team build up in towards A.
Oh no, Operator finally gonna be online for Rescue. Unfortunately, doesn't quite connect the shot. That said though, this Hunter's Fury and this Crunch from Amy each gonna find a kill here. Suddenly Falcons, they've been whittled down to 3 players. I think that Toki being shut down towards mid does let G2 concentrate a little bit more resources towards his A side. Once again, Rescue not able to get the shot, and that will clear up a little bit of space here for Falcons to be able to at least get the spike down. That said though, G2, they're quick to jump back onto site here. Mimi already having put down the smoke and also looking to find some value on the plants. It's been denied to boot, so Falcons now, we've seen how efficient they are at playing this post plant from behind, but if that spike doesn't go down, this is the problem. Not only do you have to go back onto site, you have to go back onto site with the numbers disadvantage here, and G2, they are so ready for this. Look at the number of players here. Again, the double peek. It's gonna, Vanya is able to find a kill. Sandra does go down, and this crossfire is gonna be so difficult to break. There's gonna be 1 player left alive. At least Eva is able to find one, but G2, they bounce back in this round and they take it in their pocket.
Yeah, I think a high impact ult coming out from Petra definitely helped them out a little bit, and I think this has to be the start of something for G2 rather than just a blip on the radar for their opposition. But again, similarly to the last map, it does just seem like once the advantages fall into the hands of G2, it is very difficult for Falcons to get back out of them. Again, the fundamentals of G2 is off the charts. As said though, still plenty of ults to play with, no problems in terms of finances. And again, we're going to see some of this early utility just being expended. I really like the way that they're able to take this B main control. I think a lot of teams really struggle to sort of force their opponents off these angles, but well, so far, Falcons have done a great job.
I mean, this is the first round that we're also seeing G2 kind of playing a little bit more aggressively towards that B main. Usually they're kind of willing to give that side up, go in for a little bit more of a retake setup. That said though, Rescue in a very, very difficult spot.
Okay.
At least it would be if Sandra, hadn't gone down like that. A beautiful shot and a quick flick from Rescue to keep them alive and get them the advantage. That's Sandro shut down, so no more real lurk potential. Ludge, of course, has been hanging around that spawn for a while, but with them losing Sandro like that, it might just be a better idea to regroup and try to push the site in numbers. Just talking about numbers, though, look at how many G2 players are on this B side. In fact, 2 of them towards yellow. I don't think that Dizzy is going to be able to really catch them here. And while Toki does take a little bit of space, yellow still hasn't gone checked, and it's just going to be Vanya anchoring down here. Kill already for her, looking to find a little bit more damage. Ludge though in this Viper's Pit finds the kill. Vanya just playing ring around the rosy around this yellow box right now, trying to isolate these fights, find these kills.
Timing is
Timing,
so good.
Yeah, timing could be everything here, and oh, Ludge just catches it onto Vanya. Finally, a little bit of space for that spike to go down, and a 2v2 retake is what we're looking at here with the clock ticking. Playstorm online for Rescue. We'll at least be able to use that a little better on the ult, and for Amy, no lockdown, but I think contact has to be the way. Thrash being available, though, makes things a little bit more difficult. Matthew at least just looking to play around her teammate. Does catch Amy off guard. Rescue with the Blade Storm, though, shuts down the Viper's Pit, and it's just going to be this 1v1 at the end of it. Rescue with the Blade Storm. Madvi, though, she's been having a game, and she continues. A triple for her to anchor the round here, and 7 for Falcons.
No, she's been fantastic throughout. Currently 15-4, but also has said I've been impressed with her utility usage. I honestly thought that G2 had this one. The initial sort of bait and switch of having 2 players over towards yellow was definitely a surprise, and Vanya seemed to just have things almost locked down with how good she was playing around that position, but eventually gets isolated. And then Mad V, well, just pretty much does the rest. 7-3, a really solid attack side. And again, G2 are unable to build up any level of finances, so they're just going to have to go into this ones with the pistols again.
Yeah, it's not something that you usually see G2 have to struggle with, the constant, painful economic cycles. But this time around, at least, Falcons, they're really putting them through their paces. We were worried about their competencies at this map, and so far it seems like we really don't need to worry about it, because Falcons, they're on a roll here, already being able to find 2 huge picks onto A side and get that spike down. We're finally going to be seeing a little bit of a flank here to come through from G2 side. Vanya with the Sheriff looking for a little bit of damage, but I think with that side control being so firmly in favor of Falcons, and of course Sandra aware of the possibility of this lurk due to the lack of that turret, having tucked themselves away in a corner, it's going to be very difficult for Vanya to really find anything. Yep, does go down, and these last 2 players for G2, they're all the way on side. Again, though, it's that oppressive post plant that we were talking about, the Molly and the double peek to come through. It's going to get Falcons to 8 here, and this is probably the most dominant half we've seen coming out of them in their games against G2, with the exception of that Sunset.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I'm not sure about that one. They trounced them at least once, but yeah, this has definitely been very, very clean. And a lot of what we've seen on the other side does just look like blips. And Andaluthia flawless to get them through that round. The finances bolstered back up, and we are going to see an investment here. A glass cannon operator coming out for SQ. Clearly feeling that that can bring her the impact that they need. But again, they've got that Thrash back online, Hunter's Fury available, and okay, a Viper's pick gone down, but we've already seen that Falcons can do a good job to play around this.
Yeah, I think the only mistake they made the last time this Viper's pit was up was wasting a lot of time just chilling around this A site. I hope that if they do decide to pivot, they decide to pivot a little bit earlier here. That said, though, they knew that Vetra likes to play this angle, the high-low setup coming in, and it's just going to be the kill to come through for Toki. Amy at least able to find a refrag. Vanya, though, still looking to play Anchor and Spoilsport on this map. The Orbital Strike to clear a little bit more space. And finally, you see Thrash getting invested to try and clear out this Viper's pit. I don't think it's really going to be able to detain Vanya, though. So off the back of that, you're going to be seeing a little bit of a fallback here from Falcons.
Yeah, I think they tried to throw it in with the combination of Toki getting aggressive, but I think it was good work from Amy to sort of hold down the fort, and supportive ultimates from Mimi as well. Now with the rotation coming back through mid, though, they're going to bypass the main danger of the pit. And it was being watched initially by Mimi, but now that control has been bypassed, Amy's going to have a lot to do once again.
Does have the lockdown, but that said, it's a split coming in through mid here. And look at this plant. It's going to be all the way in the corner of sight. The defender lockdown, of course, going to be popped from main, so it's going to be very difficult to play that post plant, although Eva does have that Hunter's Fury to try and break it. That's going to be the call here. It does take care of that lockdown at the very least, and this retake, it's going to be a little bit difficult. That Viper's pit still under maintenance, but now Vanya has to worry about that 1-2 push again coming in from behind it. Of course, Mad V is just being an absolute beast already with a couple of kills. Finally does get shut down, but it's going to all fall down to Vanya. She was able to ace clutch it the previous time around. Does have this Viper's pit to kind of swing around for, but it's not going to help much in this 1v2 with where that spike is planted. Doesn't quite expect the player from CT, and Eva taking full advantage takes down her old comrade here. 9-3, and Falcons, they have a dominating half so far on this defensive side.
Yeah, again, another fantastic round from Mavi. This has been one of the best performances I think we've seen in the entirety of the tournament, and she has been a fantastic player over the last couple of seasons of Game Changers, but this sort of level seems to be above everything else that we've seen. But G2, well, as said, they've got a lot of utility that they can use to sort of get themselves into sight on this attacking side, but I almost feel like it'll be just too little too late. You expect that Falcons will at least be able to win a couple in the retake. I've really enjoyed their Gecko so far in terms of how they've been using it to take space, and I imagine it'll be the same with their reclaiming of it as well.
I mean, I think in that previous half, Mad V had like about 4 or 5 get gold. So yeah, so definitely a lot of efficiency to be coming out of Thrash and the rest of the Gecko utility. I think it's going to be just as good on the defensive side, especially with Wingman kind of giving you a 6 player to try and defuse that spike while everybody else goes ahead for the fight here, especially in those kind of 1v1 situations. That said though, G2, they're just going to play contact and walk all the way up towards side. Ludge, despite that toxic scream debuff, not able to get the kill onto Vanya, and Sandra, of course, left alone on site, will go down to boot. So G2, they have the whole side for themselves. That said though, there's going to be a quick flank coming in, and G2, they seem to expect it because look at where the spike is going down. Amy, watching for that flank, does take down MadV, so it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade 2v4 situation right now. Rescue does look quite low, but again, G2, they have a lot of space towards that backside. A dink as well coming in from Vanya. Insult to injury here as Eva is brought down to 2 HP. How much more can Falcons really do in this retake attempt? Because G2, they have so much control here towards CT as well as that backside. Toki at least able to try and isolate a fight, does get immediately traded out though, and now it's just Eva here. 1v3 situation. This was a must-win pistol for G2 here, and Eva's just like, you know what, guys? I'm just going to look for exits. There's not much more I can do.
I'm wanting to give any of those extra orbs over, I'd imagine, and the rest of the players on G2 just going to try and get out of there. They've at least got themselves the lifeline. Ava, as said, will go down to the spike, but not really too much of an issue for her here, and still a very long road back for G2 if they're going to be able to do too much in this matchup. Expectations for this round, though, I don't really expect to see much of a buy at all from Falcons. Just play this one relatively chill, gamble stack on one of the sides of the map. If not, die to the spike. And for G2, it's going to be all about trying to get as many orbs onto the players who've kind of already got some. So you're probably going to be looking at Amy and Vanya, which, for the most part, normally pretty safe bets.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the best loads that you can have online, that lockdown, especially with how much utility is available in the arsenal of these Falcons player. That said, though, we're going to be seeing another of these gamble stacks coming in. This time, though, Falcons, they seem to have at least picked right here. Mimi, gotta be just looking to walk and play contact into sight, does catch out and isolate the fight onto Toki. And Falcons, unfortunately, not gonna be able to trade out here. I feel like G2, they're gonna have an inkling off the back of that there's possibly a gamble stack here. Rescue taking quite a bit of damage, and looking at the investment into this round, 3 rifles, as well as a Bulldog and a Spectre. It's gonna be important for G2 to try and make this round as flawless as possible. You see them pivoting over towards that A side instead, but Falcons, look at their rotation as well. They're getting closer and closer.
At least right place, right time. Unfortunately, the weaponry is probably not going to allow for too much. Space already taken from Petra. Maybe a chance to pad the stats. Flash, not going to work out either. While for Rescue and Amy, it's going to spread the orbs across the entirety of the team. Probably not exactly what you want if you're G2, because you're not going to have any of the ults online, and this is where things will probably get a little bit more difficult after that Andalusia Flawless.
Andalusia Flawless, and I said at G2 we're going to have to do everything they could to keep these weapons, and they do exactly that. They're going to be carrying all of this into the next round, so this bonus doesn't really look like a bonus with 3 rifles on it. It's looking like a full buy versus full buy more or less for both of these teams. Right now, though, ultimate economy-wise at least, I feel like Mimi is halfway to that orbital strike. That could be an ult that they could prioritize getting online. Instead, though, it's going to be the very quick push through on towards this B site. You can see that Falcons, they're playing very far back, opting to kind of go in for a retake setup. And, of course, this lurk from Amy is going to find incredible value right off the bat as Toki gets just a little bit too aggressive for her own good. Nanostorms, if any, on site are going to be broken by these shock darts. And with this Viper smoke going down and the Vanya's toxins replenishing here, we might see the executed minutes on this B site. Falcons, though, they haven't brought too many players over yet.
Oh, they used the snake bite combination with the orb just to deny any chance for a plant, and there's still another for Ludge to play with, so she'll be able to buy a little bit of extra time. They also have a Mosh available. I'm sure that MadV will have some sort of crazy lineup, and with both nanos still in the hands of Sandra, they actually still have a lot of utility available to deny. It's just whether or not G2 are going to try and be a bit more proactive and plant somewhere else.
They are able to take up a little bit more space here. That said, though, the recon bolt, it's gonna reveal a lot. And G2, they realize they don't really fancy their chances too much with them having burned so much time here. The rotation is a good call because this A site is gonna be left completely open here for that site take. And that's the advantage of having the double controller. Sure, you don't have your Viper wall, but you do have your Brimmy smokes. And Mimi gonna be very happy to be able to get that spike down with 10 seconds left of the clock and possibly set up for that post plant. And of course, with you having these Spectres in hand, it might be a little bit better for you to just play onto site, run and gun whoever tries to cross your way, and even play around the smoke if necessary. There is a little bit of utility available on this retake here. I think that drone is going to spot out at least one player. The Molly going to cut off players pushing towards Mimi, but that recon does catch her at the very least. So that's going to be one player caught off and flashed into oblivion. Mimi still, though, gets the kills. And again, G2, their post plant just looks so impossible here. No chance for Falcons to break through. They take down Amy, yes, but it's everybody else for G2 left standing. And Mimi does have that orbital strike available for this next round.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Falcons got a little bit tunnel vision. Because the thing is, if G2 had gone into the B site there, Falcons 100% win the round. They did so well to sort of hold on to a lot of their utility. They still had late snake bites, late nano swarms, I think even late shock darts and a mosh. The problem is, they didn't have anybody on the A site. Because of that initial aggression failing and Toki going down, it was an all-in gamble. And I'll be honest, I'm actually kind of surprised that they went for it. I think even just holding on to the weapons might have been the better decision, but obviously easy to say that in hindsight. For now, though, it's going to just be an orb taken, a few pistols invested. Toki looking like she's saving up for the operator as well, so that will at least bring in a different dynamic. The scary prospect, though, is if the post plant from G2 wasn't nasty before, well, they've got an orbital strike now, which is basically just a free few seconds burnt off the clock.
Yes, as our analyst desk broke down for us, it is a very, very big ult and a very, very dangerous one, especially in the hands of this pulse plants available for G2. Like we saw the snake bites as well as the Killjoy Nanoswarm is already buying a good solid half of that spike time ticking down here. And now, unfortunately for Falcons, they are on a bit of an eco round with them losing that previous full buy. So it's going to be a bit difficult for them to really find value unless, of course, G2 enable them with these head-on-head fights. I think for G2, the priority here, knowing that this is an eco, is to just take this round in their pocket with the favor of these gunfights, and that's exactly what they do to find these first opening kills. The spike gonna be dropped as well, so we could see Vanya or Petra trying to farm up their ults. Instead, it's gonna be Amy. Makes sense, only one away from that lockdown now after that spike plants. And again, it's a full retake position here. No Bladestorm available, no Thrashy there. Not that we would see that Thrash being used in this 3v5, unless, of course, there was some hope. Recon info gonna be denied to boot. So for Falcons, it's just looking very difficult to retake the site. I mean, if they can find a killer too, that's going to be great. But look at this re-wrap around here from Petra. Takes care of Toki. And this late flank, it's going to be another piece of concern that Falcons are going to be worried about. They're just going to be watching for this push. Maybe hoping that they can die to the spike here because they just don't want to risk giving up the ult orbs for free. Amy goes down. It's okay. She's going to have the lockdown off the back of that. And there's just no way the spike diffuse is coming through. So G2, they get out.
I think just looking to try and maybe steal a weapon away. Madvi has collected a rifle. And there it goes. Not going to get anything extra into this next round, but they don't really need it. They have the finances to buy it. And I think this is where Falcons are definitely going to try and be that little bit more proactive. Firstly with the pause, but more so, I said, I think there's a good chance that Toki's going to be investing into that operator. We know especially around the A side of the map, having those aggressive, proactive angles that she can sort of take space away. Because that's been the major issue is if you allow G2 to have the space to go for these executions, to get themselves into the sites in the post plant, you have already lost the round. The only major flaw in this is that if they even get close to the A site, they have it because they've got a lockdown in play. So it basically comes down to Toki doing maybe not quite as aggressive as last or the round before last. That was a little bit over in my eyes, but like at least going for some of those aggressive peaks over the top, denying some of that A main control, and giving an opportunity for them to hold the site without just losing it completely to the lockdown.
Completely agree, especially considering that Falcons, they don't really have a counter for that lockdown. Hunter's Fury not going to be online. No lockdown available for Sandra either to try and reclaim that space with. So it's going to be pretty important for them to fight a bit aggressively. It's kind of interesting to see because despite them having a double initiator here, you don't really see Madvi or Eva, or at least Toki being enabled by Madvi and Eva on this defensive side so far to be able to be proactive and get those early kills. G2, of course, they've been having a couple of swell attacking rounds. So far, haven't lost one yet. So it's been a flawless run on this half for them so far. And, you know, 9-3 looked great. 9-7, not so much. So it's kind of a swing round here. Falcons having to try and win it. And if not win it, at least get these pesky ultimates out of G2's pockets. Because those two are definitely pieces of utility that they're going to have to worry about. G2 now, though, they're looking to go towards this B side precisely because of that operator's threat. And with this lockdown, they're going to be able to have a lot of space.
It still can be quite awkward for them, especially, again, this sort of denial available for Luge straight away. And they're actually going to pressure her. I like this. Orbital strike to leave her isolated. They use that ult proactively. They still lose Petra on the way in, but I really like the idea just to make sure they get rid of those snake bites, and they should get a post plant as well. Although I think, yeah, Nanoswarm landed.
Gonna be denying it for a bit. Mimi finally free of distractions, able to get that spike down. Then a second Nanoswarm does hit, but just a little bit late. So Mimi gonna be able to back away in time, not taking too much damage. That said, the rescue inside the smoke pulls out the shorty at the perfect time. Immediately gonna be traded out by Sandra, unfortunately. And look at Vanya, she's getting cringed here. Has to be able to isolate the fight, but instead it's gonna be Sandra finding yet another kill. Still quite far from the lockdown, but now G2, they only have 2 players up against 3 in this post plant setup. I think that all the utility has been used as well. Still 1 Nanoswarm online for Amy, but that's about it. They're throwing that. It's going to give away her position. Mimi tries to go in for that spray down, and now it's just Amy in a 1v2, and Amy is all that G2 needs here. That's the Red Bull clutch for her, and another round win for G2. Just 1 round away from equalizing here, and I do not know how Falcons could have lost that, except that Amy just did Amy things.
I think especially I'm impressed with just what G2 did with their ultimates in this round, because as I said, I feel like a lot of the time you're going to expect that orbital strike to be held for post spawn. It wasn't as clean as maybe they would have liked it to be, but I love the fact that they know if that Viper is in the back corner just putting an orb up every few seconds, if there's Nanoswarms, if anything, you're never going to be able to plant because you tank so much damage. So they aggressively push her and isolate the jaw with the orbital strike. It's just clever. That's on the fly calls for, I don't know if it was Petra, Mimi, whoever, but really nicely done. And then, sure, you get into a post spawn, Amy hits a few shots. No surprises here.
My ult's ready.
Now for Falcons, the priority, it's once again going to be a bit of an equal round here. They're able to take this A orb and get that Blade Storm online. And we've seen Toki work miracles with it on Ascent. So it's going to be the hope here for Falcons is that they're able to see a second miracle possibly coming in from Toki. That said, though, G2, they were aware of it. You could see Petra kind of debating whether she wanted to peek for denying that orb or not, but instead just kind of let it go. Now opting to reposition G2, looking for this A hit here, and it's only Mad V on site here looking to anchor it. I think that Petra did hear the fall off by Toki, and I think the expectation for G2 is that the site has historically been left a little bit more vulnerable, especially after their win on that B side. They're expecting the stack to maybe come through on that side instead, and that's going to be the case. I don't know how exactly they're going to be approaching this site. It's going to be Mad V with the aggressive position, not able to hit that first shot, and Vanya, after getting that first kill, will kind of corral the rest of G2 in on the side. And Falcons, they rotate over, but it might just be a little bit late.
And no plant denial. It means that a hero is needed. And Toki looking to try and rise up to the occasion. Still so much that needs to be done. Dash gone, and already her teammates falling left, right, and center. Nice work from Ava, though. At least being able to put another one on the body pile. A second shot connected as well. And now just trying to bait players in on that after plant, but it isn't happening. They've already spotted that there's nobody on that spike. Looking to reposition. Ava trying to take down, but it just won't work. And a molly from afar is going to leave this onto Toki with not much time. That looked like it almost went through a wall. It was such a ridiculous shot. But again, that clock has already been bought. And Mimi ain't going to miss that one. 9 and 9. A decent low buy round coming out of the side of G2. Or sorry, out of the side of Falcons. But again, at this stage, look at the finances. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, G2, they have money for days. That's like, what, 5 rounds in a row at this point in this half? Or 6? Yeah, 6 rounds in a row, and they're able to tie things up here. 9 to 9. Falcons, they gotta jump back into this to deny G2 from being able to take away this lead. We did see some nice shots coming out from Toki on the Blade Storm, at least being able to find a couple of these kills, but like you said, that's just gonna help towards G2's ult economy, and unfortunately in that 1v1, just not having the time to take care of Mimi towards the end of it. Great round for G2. 9 to 9 here, and Falcons, they've got to be definitely feeling the pressure because remember, they're already one map down. This is their map pick, and G2, you know, while they had a little bit of a slow start in that first half, they have definitely come back in style here with 6 rounds in a row, and that's such a good smoke from Mimi to be able to deny the value from this operator. Not quite working though, and Petra pays for that little bit of a mistake, I would say, off the back of that G2 they know where the operator is and they want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I feel like Petra's been a little bit unlucky so far in this game, catching strays left, right, and center, and now they walk into what is the Viper Killjoy setup. Always difficult to get past this amount of utility. Lots of ults close as well. A single kill for either could get a Viper's Pit or a lockdown in play.
See the sprays coming in with exactly that hope. G2 though, they're still going to be able to push onto this, and Lutch gets taken down here by Vanya, so no more Viper's Pit available for that post plan. Sandra needs to get a kill here. That lockdown could mean the difference in this round, and she does, but unfortunately Rescue finds the perfect trade. Still though, 2v2 situation. Toki with the op might be hindered a little bit unless she switches guns here in this retake here, and Madvi one off of the Gecko ults here. Her finding a kill could be the difference in this round so far, and G2, they're just opting to play inside this Viper's Pit. Almost back to back. Madvi going around for the reflank, pushing through onto site, but the position from Romania is just perfect to shut her down. And Toki 1v2, yes, but with the Viper's Pit, it might be better just to save the op with the clock having ticked, and that's going to be the call.
Yeah, I was watching her go towards that for a second, and I'm like, I respect the goal, but that would have been insane to try and attempt it. And again, G2, the second that spike goes down, it does just look like the rounds are over. Their post plants have been truly fantastic, and well, we're starting to see the step up on individuals as well. And that's the thing. I feel like a lot of what Falcons want to do, or at least did want to do in a lot of their early rounds, is to try and proactively take space, like get players like Toki into position, Mad V with some setup. But honestly, I think G2 have just done so well to deny a lot of that space. Solid in their rotations as well to just, okay, you've got the operator there, we don't need to face that, we'll go back into the other side of the map. And unfortunately, even when pushing into what is basically a double sentinel, they seem to get through it relatively easy.
Yeah, I think especially in these contact rounds where they push onto that A side, I do like that there's always somebody ready for that trade. Like so many of these rounds, yes, Vanya gets a kill, she goes down, but Rescue is immediately there to fill that gap. And G2 have been very good in terms of that spacing, in terms of being able to back each other up. And Falcons, like you mentioned, they've been looking a little bit more isolated in that aspect. Like so many of these rounds, of course, yes, Legend, Sandra, maybe they get a kill before they get shut down, but the rotation is comparatively so late that Falcons, they're not really able to capitalize off the back of that initial value. And especially like you mentioned, in that previous round, Legend, Sandra were both only one off of their respective ults, so it might have been better to just try to hold on, wait for that regroup, and play that retake as a whole. Because I mean, yeah, you could try to bank on a hero play to save the round, but those kind of plays haven't really been forthcoming too much. And I feel like in that kind of situation, it might be better to just try, and if you can't get a kill initially, if you can't get it off your proactivity, at least try to go in for a bit more of the retake. And instead of trying to just play for that site, try to have a bit more flank, try to take a bit of aggressive control towards mid instead, so you can keep that pressure up on G2's side. Because so far G2, they're not even sweating.
Well, it might not be the best round for Falcons in terms of weaponry, but in terms of ults, they're in a pretty good position. Might try and just cheese their way through this one, or at least have them ready for the next round. An aggressive start, already taking a lot of A control. Obviously, Amy's been there almost every single time to deny. Turret there to support, and you can see on the other side of the map, G2 already clearing so much map control. The drone doing its job. And while Mavi trying to almost fake the fallback. The goal here to try and set up Toki, who obviously has the big weapon in hand. But at least for now, Amy is not over playing this one. And, well, it doesn't get much freer than that. I genuinely think that Toki thought that was being watched. Because otherwise, that's a very peculiar angle to take.
Yeah, and with that operator going down, G2 knowing that this is a low buy, most likely for the side of Falcons, it's going to be a pivot over towards the site instead. G2, of course, they do have that Hunter Sphere available if they want to get a quick, another quick kill or just for that post plant. But this time around, Falcons, they're playing much more aggressively for site control. You see a lot of utility being tossed across by both of these sides here. And Eva is going to have to be the hero since she does kind of have the only weapon. Izzy, unfortunately, not going to be able to find much. And rescue towards backside is just causing a slaughter right right now. G2, they convert yet another round here. That's 7 or 8 in a row that they found so far. Their attacking side has been flawless.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be any stop either. I think the one good thing is we didn't really see any of the ultimates utilized in that round. So now Falcons have a cheese round. And honestly, if they don't win this one, after 8 rounds in a row, we could just wrap it up in a nice little bow for G2 with their flawless attack side. It's actually giving me flashbacks to their old school VCT EMEA roster, who would always just win ludicrous attack side halves and not have the best of defenses. It doesn't look like G2 are stopping anytime soon, though. And the problem is their ults have now built up as well. Toki, finally. I think she's lost that fight every single time, but has finally got it and taken down Amy.
Yeah, but again, with that early pick going in favor of Falcons, their G2, they take aggressive V control, and already Rescue has shut down Ludge, so no more Viper's Pit gonna be available for that retake setup. Rescue goes for the jump peek towards CT, immediately spots 3 players from Falcons and decides, all right, you know what? You can keep the CT, guys. I'm just gonna try to hold onto site. G2 playing a little bit more aggressively as well to deny the space for that lockdown to really materialize. Still, though, trades going trade for trade here, and now just 2 players left. But look at who they are, Tom. It's the Orbital Strike and the Hunter's Fury available here for that post plan for G2 side. And yeah, while you're going to be seeing the Hunter's Fury from Eva to try and clean out the yellow angle here, it's still going to be Mimi not only dodging it, but also pulling out the iPad and hitting that Orbital Strike perfectly. A Molly to come down as well. Insult to injury, and Petra is just playing so far back, knowing the clock has ticked to a decent extent. Here's the tap, and that's going to be the second ultimate used right now. It's not even going to be necessary, because Mimi just finds the 2 final players left standing to get the round here for G2. They play that to perfection, and that's going to get the match and series point.
That's the duo you really just don't want to live at the end of the game. The lineup Larrys, the people who put the work in, no doubt about it, and there was never really any doubt that that was going to be another round going in favor of G2 Goes, and Petra might not be with them, but she has definitely caused them issues. And while 12-9, I don't really know what the blip on the radar could be. Maybe a huge individual play coming out of Toki. Maybe the greatest judge combination coming out that we've ever seen alongside that Viper's Pit. Maybe just Ava pushing. Well, that's kind of how I expected that one to go.
Yeah, I mean, you do see these attempts at Falcons for that early control. It's just that they're always so alone. Like, please look at G2. Most of these rounds, they go for those double peaks, they go for those swings, and they can trade each other out. But it's just these solo plays. And I think it's been that last round, the only time where that first pick really went in favor of Falcons when they tried to get aggressive. Now, once again, G2, they fake towards A, but go towards B. And they have so much control available in their favor. Look at where Rescue is already towards spawn. Here's Toki reloading, knows that there's one player towards CT. And Madvi, while she's able to take down Mimi, it's still gonna be Rescue for the refrag here. Now the lockdown gonna be popped, trying to buy a little bit of space on this side, but Vanya on the opposite side does have a Viper's Pit ready to go.
No.
Takes care of Ludges though, and that will be the kill to once again call for a possible rotation here. Look at how much space Vanya has.
Yeah, but clearing out that Viper's Pit, it's just brutal. It was the one sort of defense they had, and she is low. That's the only thing, but it has to be a hard clear from Sandra. They need this fight.
No.
She doesn't check. I feel like at this stage, it's just a little bit too predictable. Toki now left to try and keep her team in it. 0 rounds in the defense. She needs to make it 1.
Want to stay alive in this series as well, since that map 1 did go in favor of G2. And Vanya, you know, we've been talking a lot about her today. It's kind of fitting that she will end this game with a 4K. G2 in celebration. They're going to be taking that spot in that final right now, and they got to be feeling really, really happy, because this is a team that took them down in that group stage, and now not only do they prove the haters wrong, they also get some very satisfying revenge and confirm that top to finish in Game Changer Stage 1. So a little bit of celebratory hugs coming out, and honestly, today, for me at least, the MVP was Vanya throughout.
Yeah, no, well, let's be honest. They built this team to be the best of the best. If they weren't in the final, it would have been an utmost failure. To be honest, if they don't win the whole thing, I think this team would be considered a failure. There's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but this is why G2 are considered the best of the best when it comes to game changers. And honestly, picking up Vanya, who's surprised that she's fragging out?
Yeah, I mean, especially with her switching over, you know, from that IGL role. I think she said in an interview before that it's freed her up even more to just be able to frag out, and we're finally seeing signs of that here. But talking about fragging out, if you want to see a couple of VCT pros from 4 regions go head-to-head, look no further. Come to VCT Madrid. That's going to be kicking off in about a week. Less than a week, I think. It's the 14th, right? I believe so. Yeah, if you want to get some tickets...
Soon.
Yeah, if you want to get some tickets, come to Madrid. The food is great, the Valorant's going to be great, and there are also a lot of other things that I would recommend. So just scan the QR code and make your way over. I think that if you're lucky, you might even get to meet Tom as well, because I'm sure he's there. He's there. Yeah, I just want to tell him that. I'm just blabbering now.
It's going to be a fantastic event. There's no doubt about that. But luckily, if you are in need of a little bit more Valorant, firstly, you've got the analyst desk. Then we've got a whole nother game. So make sure you come back after that, as we'll go back to the desk.
You into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
How I feel, we ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the gym all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder.
Hello everyone, welcome back once again. G2 in another grand final. In another word, the water is wet. This is what we kind of expected, I believe. I am back here with Sam and with Pilski. Again, like I said, one more final for G2. I think, Sam, I'll give you some time to gloat because on the top of the show, you were very, very, very sure of G2's road to success.
Oh, 100%, right? We said it. They picked up 2 of the best players in the entire region, coupled with their other 3 of the best players in the entire region. It was a recipe for success from the very beginning. Sure, I got a little hot under the collar about their composition in the past map, but at the end of the day, they won the series and they're going to grand finals, and honestly, I don't think any of us predicted anything different.
Pilski, I will let you give your thoughts, but first, I need to let Petra give her thoughts. I'm sure you can understand, but you guys are chat. Don't worry, he's coming back. But first, hi Petra, and welcome back again. It's always so nice to see you. Congratulations, by the way, your 7th grand final here in EMEA and 8th grand final in Game Changers. I feel like at this point, Petra, if we don't see you in a grand final, it's weird. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it feels kind of homey to be in this spot. But of course, we always have to fight for it, and the competition is very good. So yeah, we're very glad to be in the final again.
And it feels like it doesn't matter which iteration of your roster, you guys always find a way. It doesn't matter what comps you're playing and all this. So I'm going to get into that in a little bit. But first, that Icebox attack side was incredible. You didn't drop a single round. So how did you think you guys managed to do that? Basically play a perfect attack side from 9-3 down.
Yeah, I think Mimi can take a lot of credits because he was IGLing very good, and I had a very good read also. Yeah, our teammates had a lot of information given to IGL, so we could have made a lot of good calls.
Your mic is cutting out a little bit for me, but I heard that Mimi takes a lot of credit, and I feel like, yes, I think Mimi always needs to take credit with the way that she comes up with these ideas. And speaking of those ideas, the Ascent comp, we've never seen it before on Ascent. Is that a Mimi thing again? Where were you guys? How long have you been hiding this? What were you doing?
We have been packing this comp for some time now, but I don't know who exactly came up with it, but we're rolling with it and we're feeling comfortable. So yeah, it looks very good. I hope we can play Ascent in a final too.
Are there reasons behind these comms that you guys are bored, or maybe like you're trying to reinvent a meta and so on? Because it does feel like G2 goes and you're always good enough. You can play anything. You're still gonna win. So why play these kind of new things and weird things?
I think the standard comp is kind of boring, right? On Ascent, everyone is playing the same comp.
I've lost your audio. I don't know if it's a me thing. If
I don't know.
Can tell me on production, it would be fantastic. I can hear you again. I can hear you again. Sorry. We'll try again.
I don't know if my mic is picking up everything, but I said that everyone is playing standard comp and it's kind of getting boring, right? So this is more interesting and it makes you do different things and not going autopilot on the defaults.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's definitely interesting to watch you guys. And last question before I let you go. 3 other teams are going to be fighting for a spot to face you. Who do you think is making it? Who are you going to play in the grand finals?
I think we will see Falcons again.
I think so too, to be honest. So thank you very much, Petra, for joining me. Have a great rest, and we'll see you in another grand final.
Bye.
All right, I'm bringing back Pilski and Sam. I am so cursed with these interviews. Why is it always me? But I feel like we got some things from there. Pilski, I'm going to come to you because you didn't get a chance to kind of speak about how you felt about that match. But I think the fact that she said Mimi takes a lot of credit for that attack side even, speaks volumes.
Yeah, for sure. And I think even just what she said about autopiloting the comp definitely can be a thing. Sometimes you get into the same patterns of play, you practice the same way over and over again, and it kind of does stifle creativity a little bit. It stops people from thinking about, oh, how am I going to use my util, in certain situations, and use things reactively to have the best kind of passage of play. And yeah, as you mentioned, that attack side on Icebox was super good. Like, they went from like they had 4 games, I think, so far on Icebox in this tournament, 100% win rate, and their attack side was only like 54% across those 4 reps, and that was not against teams of the level of Falcons. So the fact that they're able to win 100% of their rounds after going down 3-9, maybe that is 9-3 curse, but that's definitely a really, really solid game from them.
Yeah, honestly, Mimi, IGL supremacy, being able to get them that many rounds and come back to secure another grand final. You heard it from Petra. It's like she feels at home. Who says that? Oh yeah, grand final. This feels like home. But G2 do. But we do have to move on to the next match of today, because it is time for elimination and to see which team is going to be going to face Falcons, and then for a spot in the grand finals. But let's start talking about what's at stakes here, because Sam, we're reaching a point now. Teams are starting to accumulate the amount of points they can get at this stage. And if we take a look at this graphic, the team that gets eliminated will only maximum be able to get 20 points. So it's a really, really big deal to just even edge over that and go to third.
Yeah, honestly, just that little bit extra. And this is fewer points from last year as well. It's been spread out quite a bit more. So getting those placement positions becomes that much more important. Just one position can literally be the difference between champs and not champs. So ideally, they want to get themselves into the grand final. Heck, if they can win the whole damn thing. But when it comes to this match right now, everything is on the line, because only having 20 points to springboard off of that. I mean, if you get 4th place for 3 tournaments in a row, you're not going to champs.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really tough. And of course, for G2, they already put themselves in a good place. They will, at minimum, get 45 points. So the other teams, they have a lot of work to do. But let's speak about these teams, because Pilski, you're the head of the VALORANT fan club. I feel like you earned that a title. But we are going to see kind of a head-to-head of Takuza versus Smurfette. How do you think that matchup is going to go?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's me versus you as well, Yinsu. I just
literally, yeah.
Only one of us can be right. And you were queen of the Smurfette fan club, although I'm sure there is many people in the Smurfette fan club. I think, it's interesting, right? Takuza's kind of built this team, or Takuza's rather kind of built this team. They both have very, very good stats, at least for Takuza, very, very good stats in terms of taking opening duels and being very aggressive. At least for Smurfette, good stats in terms of just killing people. Like, she is 0.12 ahead of everyone else in KPR. Like, she kills a lot of people. She does a lot of damage. She's shooting a lot of people. She's shooting harder than everyone else in the competition. So I'm really keen to see this duelist matchup. And I think the stories behind it as well are interesting to kind of dive into as well.
Yeah, what I love about this matchup is the fact that Takuza is the IGL. And we said it yesterday, it's her first time IGLing. So she's been an absolute rock star. But on the other side, they talk about how they, quote unquote, don't have an IGL, but they have said that Smurfette will do the pre-rounding. So that is kind of IGLing. And she did IGL for Guild for a little while when Claudia was no longer on the team. So she also is kind of used to that role. So not only do we have these 2 superstar duelists coming up against one another, but they're both doing calling for their team and out-fragging their team 90% of the time. Like, get you a girl that could do both.
Yeah, honestly, I had to literally have a chat with Smurfette about this. I was like, Smurfette, are you sure you're not the IGL? What is going on? And she said, yeah, her and Ness, they usually call the pre-round, and then everyone else would pitch in. They did try and actually establish an IGL kind of structure, but it just didn't work for them. So they said, do you know what? Let's try something different. But it is very much a team effort. And she said to me, you make sure to convey this. Everybody is pitching in. We listen to everyone's ideas. And if it works, it works. And the other crazy thing is, if we take a look at the leaderboard of the clutch percentage right now of our remaining players, Pilski, it's absolutely insanely crazy how Giant X are winning their rounds.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. In this series right here, 4 players. Jolena, Miori, Sierra, all on Giant X. Takuza is over there sitting on 4th as well. So I think, Giant X in particular, we've seen it in some of their previous series recently, winning a lot of rounds, winning a lot of games off clutches. Clutches obviously decide a lot of series in general, but especially a lot of these big swing rounds can really define, how a whole half goes when you're winning those clutches. And Miori in particular the other day was absolutely doming everyone, multi-frags and things like that in the clutch positions.
Honestly, 3 of your players close to 30% clutch rate, call it a day. Call it a day. But let's take a look at the map veto with that in mind, because I feel like some of the map mind games we've seen in the map veto, Sam, so far have been very, very interesting. Are we expecting more mind games for this one?
Oh, that's a tough one to call. I think certain things are going to be very bog standard, right? Like Giants are going to ban Breeze. They don't play that map. There's no way that we're going there. And it's very funny that that's our flyover for the veto as well. But I think that's going to be completely out. And there you go. No Breeze whatsoever. We don't mess with that. Valiant, on the other hand, that's a bit of a toss-up, right? Like they've kind of ping-ponged on what they want to ban throughout the group stages and the playoffs. But it looks like it is going to be split. And that is something that they often ban along with Breeze. So the fact that Giants have banned out their map, absolute bonus.
It'll be interesting. Ascent, the first pick, and obviously Valiant's going to get to start defense. Both of these teams have played a little bit of Ascent. Both of them picking up wins against teams like Focus, NASA, Neon Blade. Like Giant X has got a lot of reps on this map. They both play the meta comp, so it'll just be a question of who's playing better on the day, I think. And look, Valiant, they did pick Ascent the other day, so they're quite comfortable on that map. They're going to go for the Lotus. I absolutely love their Lotus the other day against NASA. They played, I would argue, the most clinical game I've seen so far in terms of game changes. The calling was on point. A lot of the individual players and the util was super on point. Taikuza was great on the AWP, you know, and the entries as well on attack. So I'm keen to see what the third map decider is going to be, and we're actually going to end up with Sunset as the third. And this has been a map that's had a lot of reps in this tournament. I feel like I've seen this map played a lot in the opening stages of the playoffs, and I think it's going to be a mirror. Let me just double check that. Valiant plays the Gecko on this map instead of the Fade, but it's 4 agents the same, just Fade out for Gecko on either side.
Now, I love the Ascent pick because Valiant, while their Lotus looked, chef's kiss, their Ascent was shaky. I feel like they barely scraped by. So for Giant, this is twofold. They really enjoy Ascent, and they also know that Valiant looked a bit rough yesterday, and maybe they can exploit that. So I think that that's a really, really smart call to make. I'm really looking forward to the Sunset. Partially because I haven't seen much Sunset yet. Most of our Game Changers games have been pretty decisive, and we don't often get to see that map, and I'm a big fan of that map, so looking forward to seeing if we're actually going to get to that third map, and I hope so, because again, too many decisive series. I want to see one really go the distance, and hopefully this will be the one.
I mean, I think this has the potential to, but I like how we're going to be able to set the pace on Ascent. I love, Pilski, the way you set up Takuza and Smurfette. You know, this is where the bread and butter, both players, they love to play Jet. Smurfette is the OG Turkish Jet. This is her playground. I mean, we don't often see any Turkish players lose on this map. And if we're going to talk about how they could potentially be pitted up against each other, I think winning this one is going to be huge. I feel like Pilski, whoever's gonna come out swinging harder, you know, with the ultis on that Jet here, might just be able to take it over the line for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I think bread and butter comp. I like what Sam was saying before, though, about the shakiness of Ascent. I agree. I feel like Valiant was very inconsistent in that series. Like, Lotus looked phenomenal, and then Ascent, I agree, was very, very shaky. They scraped it together in the last couple of rounds when they were actually, I think, in a losing position against NASA, who I think honestly kind of threw that game in the bin, to be honest. So look, we'll see what they're going to get out of Ascent. I'm pretty confident in their Lotus. Giant X, on the other hand, I'm looking at their Lotus. They lost 11 rounds to Sakura, who went out in the opening round of playoffs. So I'm interested to see their Lotus, because they haven't got as many reps as Valiant have got on that map. Valiant's got a lot of reps on both Lotus and Sunset. So regardless of how Ascent goes, I'm feeling reasonably confident that Valiant, having played a lot of Lotus, a lot of Ascent in this comp, will, you know, be pretty like match ready, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm looking at like their stats for the last few months, and like Giant have played this. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong map because I'm not very smart. And yet here I am. Lotus, yeah, okay, you got a point there, right? But there is a 100% win rate, even though it's a small sample size for Valiant. So at the very least, you know they're going to be confident and comfortable.
Yeah, let's take a look at the agent select, because I'm sure this is going to be very exciting to see the meta comms. I don't think these two other teams are going to break away from it. And would you look at that, Sam? They don't.
Yeah, I mean, why would you, right? The meta comp becomes the meta comp for a reason. You strat it out, you know how it works, you understand it down to an absolute T, and if it works for you, then don't fix what ain't broken. And these teams, not to be too harsh, they're not G2. G2 can get away with some crazy stuff because individually they are phenomenal. And I'm not saying these girls aren't, but I mean, we said it, right? G2 have been in like 8 grand finals, including this one. They're in another league. So I like that they're sticking with what works. And here's the thing, if you find something that works, but you do it better than everyone else, you're still gonna win.
I think looking at the fact that Valiant, you know, the other day they picked Ascent. They're going to start out on defense instead of attack. I think the other day they were kind of shaky on attack, especially early on. It felt like they were trying to go pedal to the metal and weren't really having a whole lot of success with that style and put themselves in a bit of an awkward position. But actually, once it got to the defense later on, they really ground that game out and had a really a bunch of quite impressive retake rounds, although some of them did take some hero plays on the defense. So hopefully that kind of, you know, means they might be a little bit more confident on the defensive side, and if they start out well, then Ascent might go a bit smoother for them this time around.
Yeah, I just want to quickly mention Ninu as well, for those people that aren't super familiar with her. You talk about how G2 have all these grand finals. Ninu have many titles as well, so this could be a real redemption arc for her if she's able to make it through today. But that is enough from us. It's time to bring your casters back in for this. It's Zach and Tombiz.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that breakdown, Analyst Desk. And we are going to be heading into our second best of 3 for the day. This time around, we're going to be having Giants X facing off against Valiant. Like we saw from that Ascent comp, you know, meta comp, Ascent, anything really exciting here, Tom?
Yeah, no, I know that there's obviously been complaints about moving away from the meta comp, but I don't know. I hope this match is going to be exciting because the last one was so interesting with the manner in which it was being played that I feel like we're going to need something special. But I'm not worried. We've got Smurfette in the server. We've got Taikuza in the server. There's always going to be something crazy happening in this matchup. And I definitely think that sort of duelist on either side is going to be one of the most clinical factors here.
For sure. I mean, that was our head-to-head as well. Taikuza, of course, does have that additional burden of being the IGL for Valiant here, but so far, at least, she's been doing it like a champ, especially since it is her first time out of the gate here in Stage 1 of EMEA. Starting off, though, it's going to be a very aggressive push by Giants X here. Smurfette going to be suppressed, not going to be able to use the Tailwind to take up too much space here and tucked away into the corner. It's going to be Taikuza with a free isolated fight and a kill. The sacrifice from Smurfette there, though, doesn't really go in vain because you see that the pivot has already come through here from Giants X towards this A side, and it's going to be completely open, although Valiant, they've taken up a lot of space very quickly for this retake.
This is an interesting place for a battle to go through. The flash actually kind of catches themselves, but luckily Taikuza's just landing everything. 4 kills already, a chance for an ace in the first round. And with Sarah finding her teammate, a chance to close it. But now Sarah trying to fight it back. Ninu is going to close her out using the fragment. And wow, it gets a little bit shaky for a second, but Valiant are going to take the round.
That was a nice effort by Sarah, of course, at least able to have that petty satisfaction of denying the ace for Taikuza and letting that Blaze from charge even further. But yeah, overall, a very nice round to come out of Valiant here. You know, they get that first pick, they regroup for the retake, and of course, they could have gotten a little bit hairy there towards short, but Taikuza from heaven just raining fire on everybody else left alive, made it super difficult for Giants X to really hold on in that post plant. We're not going to be really seeing a force here from the Giants X side, though, even though they have the money after that plant.
Yeah, it's not a spot where, unless you're going for stingers or like low shield specters, you're not going to get too much into the round. So they're just going to spend that extra cash on trying to do a little bit of extra damage here. You can already see orbs being farmed up. Interestingly, not going for Sarah, who's closest. They're going to try and get towards that Hunter's Fury instead. Unfortunately, though, wow, they're coming up against quite a stacked up site. 3 players here. Ness's Sheriff. It's the most terrifying thing in this server at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we saw hints of it yesterday as well, so that's at least able to find a couple of frags. Will deny taking at least one of these Bulldogs into the next round, but that's gonna be it. Lisa says enough of that. You know, let's go to the buy rounds. Let's make things interesting here. So for Giants, we're still looking at a pretty decent bonus. In fact, I think with Serena not investing heavily in that round as well, we might even see her going for a possible upgrade. Her Taikuza. Yeah, Taikuza actually gonna be having the money for next round as well as that hero Vandal online here. That said, though, for Giants X, finally Fullback gonna be kicking in. Ness already more than halfway up on that Sova ult. Sarah just a couple clicks away from it as well. And I think the goal for Giants X here is not just win the round, but also get a couple of these ultimates online.
Here.
At least in the early stages, it looks like GX are going to go for a little bit of middle control. There is a challenge. Taikuza, she's playing right around the edge of this smoke. Doesn't have a lot of support either. Like, you can see Ninu is the closest, but unless she's going to throw an incredible pop flash, well, that's not great either. A chance to spam her out early, but it will just have to be the clear. Quite a lot of early utility used, though. Like, this will garner them a little bit of extra middle control, but you can see that Valiant aren't just going to sit back and wait.
Yeah, they're getting aggressive towards B main right now, and Serena with the Sheriff. That's going to be all that they really need to shut down Miori. We talked about how impactful she could be in the past. She's been in the past, but her utility is going to be completely offline right now. And with that dark cover coming down, you know, it's going to be the space maintained here by Valiant side. Smurfect trying to make things work on the opposite end here by getting a little bit more aggressive towards CT. Timing could be everything here, and Giants X, unfortunately, they just don't have too much to work with. Smurfett forced to fall back on side, and now this post plan is 3 players on side and 1 towards market. The one player, though, it's Ness, and if you talk about her shots with the Sheriff, she's even more crispy with the Vandal. Giants X making it work despite that initial numbers advantage that Valiants were able to find, and now Valiant, they just have a couple of players left. Serena and Lisa both stuck towards main. Utility coming in from Giants X to keep them away from even sitting inside that dark cover, and now that 0 points is going to be the final nail in the coffin here. Smurfett finds the first player. Jelena knows where the second is and isolates that fight, and Giants X, they win the round with 4 players left. That could have been very dicey, but they make it work.
Yeah, no, a really good recovery, especially with how the round started out. It definitely looked like it was going to be a little bit sketchy. Valiant's ideas definitely didn't seem bad, and even having them boxed in for the most part, but GX managed to fight out. Ness especially has got off to a flyer, and that's the thing. She is someone who has been around the block when it comes to game changers. Obviously, I'm still waiting for the day that she gets back on the duelist. I think if she was on a team with anybody other than Smurfette, she'd definitely be playing that role, but for now, at least, we'll have to make do with the initiator and see what they can do in this one. Of course, as I said, last round was a bonus. So for Valiant, this definitely isn't a death sentence. Probably a little frustrating that they didn't get a bit more done in this one. And the way that Smurfette's playing this almost reminds me a little bit of Defo. The way he used to just almost dry peek into mid, like go for these aggressive plays, really confident in our own ability to take those firefights, while the rest of the team play a bit more of a default and wait for the aggression.
I miss Defo. I miss seeing Defo in VCT. Hopefully he does make his comeback soon, but that said, this time around, you're going to be seeing Smurfette regrouping with the rest of the team here. 3 players towards short. You can see Ness getting that Sova lineup ready for this even A execute. And of course, Nino does have this fragment with which she can buy a little bit more space here. Not going to do too much, and instead it's going to be the counter utility coming in along with that 0 point to catch 4 players off guard. Still, they try to push it, and GX, they're going to be punished for it as Valiant, they find the kills. GX find a couple in trade. Miori tries to go forward, and Tikuza still playing that aggressive elevation angle, now being able to set herself up in a crossfire position with the other 2 of her teammates, and that spike dropped on site. It's going to make this retake very, very difficult for Ness here, and yeah, Tikuza just cleans up house. Her 3rd round for Valiant, and they've been looking very, very convincing so far in their defensive half. Really, really dynamically moving around the map.
Yeah, a solid start for Taikuza as well. I think especially if you can get that jet pumping early in the game, and obviously Smurfette a little bit quieter, but it does seem like she might go for a hero rifle here alongside Null Command Hunter's Fury. Definitely still some potential in this round for the side of GX, and by the looks of things, I think they've had enough of like playing through mid and defaulting. They're going to try and brute force their way in towards this B side.
See if that works, though. You're going to be seeing the recon not really spotting anybody else. Smurfette off the back of that flash, looking to dash into side and find the kill, but once again, Valiant, they're able to win their 1v1s here, and Tikuza, despite being hit by the paranoia, does have a couple of teammates to back her up. Timing could be everything. Sarah might be able to find the space, but Lisa, whereas always a triple coming in for her, a possible quadruple on board. Ness again with the Sheriffs, looking to clutch it out and do some damage at the very least, but now it's a 1v3 here, able to at least retrieve a rifle from this backside, but now Valiant, they've spotted out the spike. They know that Ness is towards his backside, and they are able to find that final kill. Valiant with a 4th round now, looking incredibly strong on this defensive side, and they've been so quick with the rotates, Tom.
Yeah, I think, again, with your opponent being fairly direct in their manner, it's not too difficult to get players here in time, and maybe having expectations of Bitvor and Eco again. It's only really Ness with her Sheriff doing any real damage, and that's the thing. You have these all-in takes. You're reliant on Smurfette to get the opener, and ultimately, so far, she's been shut down. And I'm also thinking back to the wonderful presentation from Pilski earlier. Lisa in the playoff stage, just looking like a beast.
Yeah, the one tap still stands quite firmly in my mind. So shout out to Pilski for arguably the best graphic design that we've seen, aside from, of course, our wonderful GFX that Aaron works on. Now, the null command gonna be the call here as they look for the execute onto this A side. The Hunter Sphere as well for a little bit of zoning does at least take down Nino. Smurfette as well, finally being able to find that opening kill here. Mel, the last obstacle towards main, and Jelena says Omen Diff and shuts her down. Just a couple of players for Valiant, and I don't really know here. I mean, they do have the time, but in a 2v5, especially since you don't have that lockdown or that Hunter Sphere for an early kill, yeah, it's just gonna be a safe call. They didn't even try.
Yeah, but the thing is, again, it's sort of these all-in takes. So you can have a few players there for the initial fights, but if those don't go your way, the other 2 players just aren't close enough to get into the action, and unless there's some disgusting Odin wallbangs or something, I don't really know how you come out of that on top. Lisa almost toying with Ness a little bit in that fight, and now the rest of the team are going to be hunting her down. Now, bear in mind, she's 1 off lockdown, and they do have plenty of finances to buy into the next round, so any more damage she can do will actually be quite valuable to the team, but Sarah is going to be the one to take her out instead, and the Odin will be held at the back of the B side.
Yeah, well, all things considered, if you had to save a gun, you might as well save the most expensive one, and yeah, Serena gonna be able to get away with the full armor as well as this Odin. Valiant, they're still gonna have a decent economy here to be able to buy in, although, I mean, you do have to see the compromise with the half armor is probably looking to enable another buy round. That said, though, looking at the ultimates here, they have the null command for Nino to shut down the post plants. They have the lockdown available for Lisa to get that space. So for Valiant, still all things looking quite favorable. I think that for Giant 6, yes, the quick hit worked out in that previous round, but again, you're just taking so many 50-50s when you go in for that kind of play. But because it worked last time, I mean, if it works once, it might work again. And this time around, already it's a lot of space being taken. Immediate counter null command here to come in from Nino, but it's not going to really stop Giant 6 as they just flood their way onto the site here. Operator from Tikuza right now in this retake, gotta be just a little bit more awkward here. The jump peak gets spotted out, and looking at this position from Miori, it could make or break the round. It does take care of Mel. No more smokes available for that retake here, and now they can't really get that lockdown unless they pressure her. She gets another couple of kills before Lisa shuts it down, and it's just Lisa pulling off absolute heroics here. 3rd one on the round, and it's just gonna be Serena now, Sova versus Sova, that we're looking at.
God, no Hunter's Fury available. Ness is just going to have to play this off of own individual ability. This has already been halved, so she's going to have to try and check this one. But again, Miss Reliable. She has been able to hold on to the majority of the late rounds. Always good for a kill. A GX, after a pretty shaky start, have managed to get themselves a couple of back-to-back rounds. And I believe this will actually put the economy at least a little bit on the brink for the side of Valiant.
Yeah, I don't even know if they're going to be able to re-afford the buy here of that Operator or of that Odin here for both of these players. That said, though, really nicely played by Ness. I think that Sovadar didn't detect Serena while she was on the spike, but the moment she stood up and went to tap it again, it did catch her. So nice 1v1, very well played by Ness there to be able to just find the timing on that fight. Now Giant 6, they look to keep the pace up here. The economy gonna be a bit of a half fight here for the side of Valiant, and off the back of this lockdown, it should once again be a pretty straightforward approach. There is a corner that you can play on. Tikuza looking to take up towards Heaven, take that space here. And off the back of the recon, Nino at least able to find the first kill, although, oh no, Lisa once again strikes here. Eco kills going completely in favor of Valiant. It's just gonna be Sarah and Miori on site, and Sarah and Miori, they're making it work for sure. Lisa finally says, all right, that's enough. Just gonna leave one more player right now. Miori in the 1v2, knows where Serena is, knows where Lisa is, but Lisa at least is not peeking, and Miori right now able to walk up and take just a little bit of space here. I don't know if she's gonna expect Lisa in the corner, and she doesn't check it. Lisa there for the punish again. Another triple, and Valiant, they keep their lead.
Yeah, a good response. Like, this is one of those rounds where, again, I feel like there was a little bit of utility thrown in, but normally you see, like, maybe a nano or something extra. I think there was a fragment into the corner, but just a great dart. I think that was the main thing. The reveal that came through gave that extra couple of kills, and, okay, it did definitely come a little bit close in the end, but when you have someone like Lisa who's just popping off throughout this game so far, definitely makes things a little bit easier. A big break back, and actually for the side of Giant X, they're going to take a pause, and I don't think that's a bad idea. A lot of the rounds that I feel like they should have been able to win a little bit more cleanly, or should have at least been able to do some extra damage, have been a little bit shaky.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like for Giants X, while they've been pretty good at cycling around those ultimates, I do think that, like you mentioned, they're kind of they're dependent on the aggression, dependent on the speed of the hit to kind of like take Valiant off guard. And the rounds where they've gotten the space off the back of it and been able to win those initial 1v1s, yeah, they've been pretty flawless rounds here. But the other ones, the other rounds have been incredibly scrappy here. And I feel like, especially the rounds where Valiants were able to get that first kill and defend off the back of that, it's been almost impossible for Giants X to really make some kind of headway into sight. So I think this timeout, it's gonna be a good way to not just rethink or think of other ideas compared to that fast, quick, heavy hit that we've been seeing from their most rounds. It's also a way to try and capitalize off the back of the ultimates that they do have. It's going to be a bit of a half-buy round, unfortunately, for them. They do have the Blade Storm as well as this Hero Vandal on Miori to work with, but that said, we're going to be seeing just a little bit more of a split here. Instead of running it down as 5 players, they are opting to maybe look for a pick or two instead instead of just committing the spike and hoping it works out.
This is all a ruse. An attempt to try and pull rotations. Blade Storm dash into the site. The knife might actually give the game away, though. I don't know if the players on the other side were caught. It seems like there's definite information. Shots from Sarah just not connected either, so this fake has failed miserably. They're going to need a couple of magic shots out from Ness, and I think they've already realized that there's multiple players on this side. Now, getting the spike down seems possible. Anything else? I doubt it.
Jolina able to fake the tap on site, able to isolate a kill, gets one pick. Ness, of course, all being a sheriff demon as always, gets one more. That's going to be it. Giant X on this eco round, not going to be able to get the spike down and not going to be able to do too much damage to Valiant's economy either. I think off the back of that, we might even see the operator once again in Tikuza's hands since Serena had like 6k. Yeah, you're going to be seeing that come online again. So far, hasn't found the most value, but I think it's just being in the right place at the right time. And Tikuza, so far, the second time around, let's see if she's able to do that. Valiant, once again, on their default setup here, but you just have a little bit more backup on this short area since that operator is going to be in Tikuza's hands. And, of course, that 0 point does detect her, so you're going to be seeing a bit more caution being invested here by the Giant X squad before they possibly look to regroup towards B with the help of that null command.
Oh, once again. Build up towards this B site. Drone going to clear off at least a little bit of the players being able to swing on the angle. Serena trying to hold on to the cross, but ultimately it is looking like a retake. Now, because Lisa's got so many kills, there's actually another lockdown in play, but they have to try and reclaim some of this B control for it to truly be effective.
See how this post plan does work out. Aggressive angle taken here by Smurfette. Not going to be able to find too much of anything, and in this 5v5 setup, especially with this null command buying so much more time, it's going to be very difficult for this lockdown to go down if they choose to use it. Indeed, a beautiful paranoia from Jolina will at least slow things down a little bit and enable Smurfette to find a couple of kills here. Still going strong. 3 on the round already. Jolina chimes in with one of her own, and while Ninu is at least able to shut down Jolina and trade, it will still be a Giants X round off the back of that humongous 3k to come out of Smurfette there. Really, really nice post plants. And, you know, for Valiant, that was a very heavy investment. So it doesn't surprise me that we're going to be seeing a timeout being taken off the back of that. So far, this map has been very neck and neck. And I feel like, especially when it comes to being able to use these ultimates, Giant X have had a better time of it. I think that Valiant, for example, they've had this lockdown from Lisa for the last like 4 or 5 rounds, and because she hasn't really had an opportunity to use it, I don't think we're going to be seeing it coming about a second time in the cycle. So Valiant's out cycles have been looking a little bit awkward here because they've just been holding on to them for a while.
That still means it will be in play for this round at least. And honestly, if you look at the sort of stats of both of these teams, a lot of the time the expectations there'll be a decent amount of attacks rounds for GX. Now, what I will say is if you look at their match, for example, versus Focus Sakura, 8-round attack, you go, okay, that's the majority of their rounds. They didn't lose a single round in their defense. Then you go to their NASA Ignite game, 7-5, majority of the rounds won on the attack, but they didn't lose any rounds in the defense. So it definitely is a little bit scary if you're on the Valiant side. If they're able to even things up to a 6-6, that GX might just be able to go out swinging it. And that's also the half where you're not just going to have Smurfette diving into sites, almost just dying at the beginning of rounds. You're going to have her roaming the map, potentially with an operator, and set up to succeed. So you can expect her statistics to almost go through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Smurfette. I feel like, as it is, we expect that to be the case. That said, though, a little bit of a nice play from Miori, expecting that turret to get broken round after round here, is able to just wait for it, swing on that turret contact, and get that kill. Really nice play, and of course, Miori still looking around to be a lurking menace here towards his B site. A couple of players going to be looking to re-clear the space as GiantX pivots over towards A, and look at the setup towards short. It's the high-low coming out of Mel and Lisa. We've seen the impact this can have in the past. Unless you're going to double or triple peek it towards short, it's going to be very difficult for you to clear through it. Thankfully, though, it's not just dry contact plays this time around from Giants. It's just going to be the drone to ensure that they spot that out and get out of dodge. That said, though, it's Serena who's so low here, and Smurfette backs her into a corner and takes care of that. And with that kill, the B side gonna be open once again. 4v2 situation right now, and unfortunately for Valiant, even though they have the ultimates, unless they get a couple of kills early on, it might just be the round going completely in favor of Giants once again.
Yeah, they don't really have the finances to buy back into the next round either, so there's not really any value here. And unless they truly believe they can win the round, ults are both online. The shield's probably not going to be rebought either, so it basically just comes down to, do you think you can take this round off of your opponents? And I think the answer is definitely no. Again, one of the things that I think has been quite good is, if you're looking at the way GX play, it is a very contact-based play, but I feel like Ness always seems to be doing work with her drone to at least take some of that space. The lurks as well haven't been bad. And for Valiant, a lot of what they've been attempting is to try and set up Taikuza to get into spots where she can truly do damage. And over the last few rounds, I think GX have actually done quite well to shut that down.
Last round in the
Yeah, they've managed to take care of that. I think that said, though, I feel like for Valiant side at least, they seem to be getting red just a little bit more better. Like, of course, this kill from Miori was very, very clean. Just the expectation and the confirmation off the back of that. I feel like Serena could have run back into site, make it a little bit more difficult for GiantX to find that additional kill and that additional value, especially since she did have that 100 spear available for that possible denial. But I guess just didn't want to risk really being caught running back into that B site. GiantX now a little bit more of a substantial stack here towards his B site. Early knife only gonna really catch out the Omen, so might just be GiantX not really rotating off the back of it, holding on to what their prior positions have been. For the side of Valiant, though, they have a lot of these ultimates available for that retake, in particular, both that null command as well as that lockdown. It's been really bugging me that they haven't really had a chance to get used so far, so hopefully in this finals round, Valiant can find a better use for them, especially since there's nothing really available to counter for Giants.
Well, the drone at least will be taken out by the null command, so there's not going to be much information, and Taikuza's going to try and push off the back of this, and she's going to get battered. Another entry duel that just isn't going to work for her. Lisa ready and waiting. She's been a tank so far, but they might be able to bypass her here. Already you can see the counter utility being put into play, but no one really able to capitalize of it. All 4 players of Valiant waiting on the A side of the map, and because of that, GX have made the realization, quickly sprinting towards this B site, which is as crystal clear as it could be. And although they might be able to TP, this is a risky TP. Is Mel going to get there in time? Just about the Smurfette swing spawn. Okay, then.
I think the idea there to be able to swing off the TP and capitalize is huge, but Mel towards backside being an absolute menace here. 2 kills on the round already, and the delay has been bought. That said, though, it's going to be enough. Ness finds that final kill, and Miori able to catch Lisa on the rotate. Will save the round here for GiantX. It got a little bit dicey there with the heroics from Mel, but at the end, there was just enough time to get that spike down if necessary, and more than that, just the positioning there from the rest of the JEX squad. Bring the round back here, especially with Ness able to get this trade, but that was just disgusting coming out of Bell. I feel like if she had a couple more bullets in the chamber, could have even found the kill onto Ness and gotten Valiant that lead in the half, but with the side switch coming in, it is Valiant now on attack.
Yeah, I think GX, after what was a slow start, are going to be very happy with how that half concluded. And as said, in the last couple of games, well, actually, in 3 of the 4 games they've played, they haven't lost a single round on the defensive side. So Valiant might be able to join a pretty exclusive club if they manage to win this pistol.
It could be a good start for sure. At least for Valiant so far, we might be seeing a repeat of the Giant tactics here. Rush B, but this time around Ness there to stop Tikuza in her tracks. Doesn't even have a chance to dash into site before that gets shut down. And you see the pivot over back towards that back site once again. Miori hasn't really revealed her position, so it's just going to be this double player towards back site. You see the Recon catch a couple of stragglers as well from Valiant and Giant X. Despite that paranoia connecting, it's close contact, and the Classics, they're able to do the job towards this back side. Only Lisa gonna be left right now, and yeah, she's able to at least find a kill onto Smurfette, but that's gonna be that. And triple from Sarah, and the pistol going in favor of Giant X. We're gonna be seeing them take the lead today for the first time.
Silence.
One enemy remaining.
Good hold from them in the end.
Down, B.
And for the side of Valiant now, this is where the going definitely gets a little bit more tough. I don't think you can expect too much of an investment into this one. And for the side of GX, I think there's a real chance that they now start to build into this half. I'm hoping maybe Lisa can sort of hit herself a shot or two. Maybe make this round a little bit more interesting. But ultimately, it seems like they might just be opting to try and farm up some of the orbs. Get closer to some of the ultimates that they can expect to have coming up in the next few rounds. For Smurfette, obviously, the goal, get that Blade Storm. Get as close as she can do. Make that a real economic booster in the future rounds. And for the rest of the defense, they are still taking a little bit of map control, making sure that they can get the players in the right place at the right time.
For Valiant, though, the execute does seem imminent here. A really nice fragment to be able to cut off the dash here and isolate this player, but instead it's going to be the respring from Jolina off the back of this one way to find the value, leaving Lisa alone, and Jolina doesn't even need that Bulldog to get the final kill. It will just be the Ghost to wrap it up here. 4K for Jolina, and Andalusia follows for Giant X in their anti-eco round. I mean, of course, a lot of it... oh, never mind. It wasn't a flawless. Lisa does get a kill. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. That said, though, almost a flawless round here with Jolina's 4K. And that said, it's going to be a very nice bonus heading into this for Giant. Of course, they still have the Ares for Ness. A budget Odin. I still think that this is one of the best maps for that Silva-Odin combination. So I hope that Ness finds something with her.
At least in this round, they're going to have the Ares available. That's not the greatest start either. Jolina being immediately tagged up. We'll have to chuck that rifle over to a teammate. That's going to be into the hands of Sarah, still giving some legs to this purchase. And they do have a couple of weapons that could potentially do some damage. Unfortunately, the ult points going in onto Jolina is definitely going to make things a little bit more difficult, as they're not going to have too much to really pad the gap for the attackers. Obviously, the rifle's now onto the board, looking to try and make their rotation back towards this A site. The thing is, though, it does seem like the defense have a pretty decent read on this. They have already got a third player in the form of Smurfette, and
take flight.
To have a one-way smoke up on short, they can really focus on where this take is going to be coming from.
I mean, not just that, they also have a fourth player already rotating in even before the site hit comes in. Tikuza, of course, leading the charge here with the help of that paranoia, able to shut down Jolina on site, but Smurfette from heaven raining judgment down with the help of the Marshal, backed up by Ness as well. It's just so much damage being found here by these players, and of course, maybe the Marshal only gets you a 1-on-1, but the rest of the team, they're there for the cleanup, and it's just gonna be Mel right now in a 1v2. 53 HP left, Spike dropped near the generator. will have to try and tease out these fights. And this Marshall, it's going to be able to find the cleanup if necessary. No from the shadows either, so nowhere to really pivot around and try to find the kill. And with the clock ticking down, has to try and stick the spike plan. Will be able to at least get that down, but in this 1v2 here, not really having the greatest information. Smurfette just jumps on top while Ness plays distraction, and it is going to be enough for Giants to win this bonus round. Like you mentioned, a really good initial read, Tom, and off the back of that, they're able to just rain down from heaven and keep them from getting that spike down for the longest time.
Yeah, this is definitely not the start they were looking for. Like, just being able to get those initial reads, players in the right place at the right time, and now for the attack side of Valiant, this is not going to be the prettiest. That Odin is now going to come into play, and
woohoo!
Honestly, it looks like they're going to go running straight into it. If the contact play is there, this could be devastating, but the pace of which they're going, they might actually be able to get past that initial threshold. You can already see the utility being expended, and a fantastic start, already just spamming away.
Yeah, that recon bolt, it was kind of the death knell there, and of course you did see Valiant, like you mentioned, trying to outrun it, get onto site, maybe shut down Ness before she does too much damage, but instead it's going to be the backup there from Miori, just covering that main angle and denying the space taking from the side of Valiant right now. Talking about space though, look at where Sarah's going to be positioned. So any hint of a rotation, it's going to be once again that 1-2 punch that we're looking at. Tucked away into the corner. It's going to be the swing on the contact, and Jelena is able to find that final kill. And Andalusia Flawless to come in for Giants on their 10th round. Yes, it was a little bit of an eco round for Valiant, but that said, with their bye kicking in, this is where they have to regroup here. So far, Giants, they've looked flawless on this defensive side, and I think that for Valiant, they're going to have to spice things up here if they want to do a little bit more better on the attack.
Remaining.
Yeah, I think as the confidence of this defensive side grows, as players like Smurfette start to get an unbelievable amounts of credits, you're going to see that operator in probably in a future round as well. So I am not feeling too confident for Valiant right now. And one of the things they've got to be careful of is not becoming a member of the Goose Egg Club and not managing to get a single round on this attacker side, because at least from some of their previous matches, as said, like that they've always seemingly had pretty good attack sides. So a decent time to take a pause. I think they've got to be careful of the disruptive nature of GX though, because as I said, the more confident they get, the more we see them start to push the boundaries of what they can do, what space they can take. Even after the B push there, you saw, I think it was Jolena just making her way up short and really putting the pressure on. So it's not going to get any easier, and I'm already looking at just Smurfette dancing around mid. I think she might be about to try and pressure them very early in this round.
Could be a possibility. I mean, so far at least Giants, they've been kind of playing a little bit, I would say, less aggressive than I'm used to seeing them. But again, with this double initiator comp, these kind of set plays, they really do happen to be a staple, I would say, of this map. You do see that Smoke trying to save themselves from Smurfette there, but still Smurfette and Ness, they make that 1-2 punch look easy. Tikuza finally shuts down Smurfette, but the damage has already been done once again. The spike gonna be dropped in the open, as well as 2 kills. In fact, 3 kills being found here for the Giants X side. Tikuza and Liza alone right now in a 2v4. Yes, they have some time to work with. If they can find a kill here, yeah, they could still pull this round back, but Giants X, they've gotten the advantage, and look how far back they're falling. They're just playing in pairs here. They don't want to risk losing one player to an isolated fight.
The door closed as well, won't allow for any sort of mid-split without the information being had. The only thing really on the side of Valiant is going to be the time. They might be able to try and find a little bit of extra space, try and catch one of these players, or maybe just pick up an orb. Their presence is definitely known, but instead they go pushing back towards this short site. Liza alone and pushing into an Odin. Even if she manages this first kill, there's a second player just below. And now Taikuza has to try and do everything. A single kill will garner her. Instead, there's a peek from Mayuri, a little bit cheeky on the timing. GX continue their flawless streak in this defensive half, and for Valiant, well, there needs to be a road back soon.
I'm not very happy with that end of the round there from Valiant. Like, it's a 2v4, guys. Why are you splitting up? Like, you have the time. Just try to, you know, play together so you at least have a chance at the round instead of just giving gifts like that to Giant X. But I mean, at that point, that round was kind of baked anyway, so I feel like, yeah, at least for Valiant, okay, they're gonna be able to go into the next one. They do have a couple of ults to work with. Tikuza does have that Blade Storm as well as a Judge, which I think off both of them, okay, yeah, off both of them, I think the Judge does scare me a little bit more. Early 0 point here and Fragment to try and make sure that this main control remains in favor of Giants, and with this one way coming down, it's not going to really be respected here by this Valiant side. They have the lockdown to try and push off the back of, and that's going to be the call here. That said, though, Smurfette towards Heaven, she has to be taken care of somehow. The 0 point gonna cut down the Blade Storm as well, and you can see Jelena ready with the jump peek here to push the Paranoia through and deny the intake from really coming in. Yes, you do see Smurfette getting detained, but again, you have this fire coming through from Heaven to find a couple of kills. Refrags to come through for the Valiant side, leaving them in a 3v3 and with side control. But now, this post plant, I'm kind of curious to see how they're gonna be playing against Smurfette. Already getting aggressive, along with Miori here. The crunch, the timing, everything is perfect here, and it's just gonna be Serena now in a 1v3, not even gonna be able to find the first. As Sarah swings with all the confidence in the world to get Giant X to match point here on their map pick. And I mean, you said it, Tom, we saw the previous game here. It looks like Giant X, they want to repeat history here.
Yeah, the streak of rounds not looking like there's any end in sight, even with a couple of heroes beginning to arise, just the timing on the swings and a lot of isolated fights, and GX are winning every single one of them. 6 rounds in a row. History repeating itself for the 3rd match in a row for GX. Their defensive side, flawless as ever. And I'll be honest, they're 1 orb away from every single ultimate being online. It is as bad as it gets for the side of Valiant. Smurfette wanting to try and end this one as quickly as possible. They are pushing them back into their own damn spawn.
Oh my god, and it's working as well. That's the worst part. The Hunter's Fury as well to keep additional pressure on the backs of the Valiant players here. And at this point, it does seem like it's a little bit over. There is that from the shadows if they want to try and maybe find a flank, maybe find a kill, some kind of crazy play to bring this round back. But I mean, it's a 2v4 here, Tom, and I feel like even though they have a minute left on the clock, it's gonna take an absolute miracle for Valiant to be able to pull this round back together here, especially when you're considering how, again, Giants, they get that initial pick, they get that initial advantage, and immediately they just fall back to playing off of each other. Jump peaks towards short for contact plays towards mid, alarm bot to along with Sarah taking that aggressive position towards main. Main is kind of the only area left open here, and there is that viability of a crossfire on site as well. 40 seconds left. You see the pivot over towards the site itself. I'm gonna be intrigued if they're just gonna be trying to walk onto site, even though Serena does have some utility, or if they are gonna be looking to, yeah, okay, never mind, they're not gonna do that. They're just gonna be able to go onto site here. Smoke doesn't really come down, unfortunately. It's just gonna be the players tucked away into the corner. We talked about the crossfire. It's gonna kick into play, and Giant X, a flawless defensive side to win them their map pick of Ascent.
Yeah, it was pretty much a done deal the second they won the pistol round, and that's what it seemed like, at least. Just nothing really coming up for Valiant. No entry into the site, and every single member of this GX roster coming up trump, stepping up to the point where it just seemed like there was no return available. An unbelievable defensive side, and well, it is the Turkish majority being able to take what is ultimately the Turkish map.
Yeah, they take it into play here. It was their map pick, so they're gonna be feeling very happy about it. And for Valiant as well, I feel like on their attacking side, they just looked a little bit lost today, especially when you do compare it to some of the rounds that they had yesterday. That said, though, it's not over yet. We do have at least one more map coming in, but before we head over to that map number 2, we're gonna be taking a short break. So we'll see you on the other side.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I Caballo Grande. I, Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sometimes don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Celebrate like we never had. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world.
It's a dream start for GX on map 1 of Ascend. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Sam and Pilski. I know we theorized what we could see when it comes to Ascend, but Sam, did you expect another flawless half as well? I feel like some of our teams have just stepped up another level in the playoffs.
Well, I don't know if I necessarily expected flawless, but I think that this is more or less what I expected from Giant X. The thing about these mirror comps, it really does force you to see the differences between the two teams because they're playing the same comp, so realistically they should be playing fairly similarly. And we said Valiant looked a little shaky on this map yesterday, and Giant's util from yesterday to today, so clean, so beautifully cycled, and you know, we swapped sides and Valiant just could not get a foot in.
I think like watching obviously Valiant in that game, I was feeling good about the fact that they were starting on defense and they started really well. They were up like 4-2, right? But after that, the game just wasn't close at all. Giant X, so what did they win? Like 13-6, right? And we started like 3-2 or 4-2, something like that for Valiant. GX just hit another level. Like, they honestly just started really rolling on that attacking side. They were changing up the pacing. They were doing some contact plays like before. Then they were doing some exes and kind of pivoting around the map, retaking B main after they were reacting to some of Valiant's tendencies. And then, like, their defensive side was just really, really solid. Like, honestly, just, I feel like Giant X has kind of stepped up to the level that we'd expect of their experience in this playoffs game, and now that it's top 4, Valiant is kind of showing a few more cracks than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, just beautifully done from them. And speaking of that experience, Ness with the Odin as well. I know Mitchman somewhere is having the time of his life seeing it, but she is one of those experienced players we speak about. Pilski, she knows what she's doing, and it's great to see a veteran player like her step up when she is needed.
Yeah, I think that duo of Ness and Smurfette is kind of worth its weight in gold. They've been playing together for such a long time, and I'm sure that we might get to see some of her stats at some point. But, you know, even going back to Guild and then back into a Turkish lineup on foot, which they had a really good run on that team as well. I think that clearly this duo is very, very valuable to any team if you can get them.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Smurfette has struggled so hard to find a home, this is something we spoke about in the green room at a point, but like, she's bounced around a few teams and she's really struggled to find a home that sticks and find the results that she would become accustomed to, having, you know, been on Guild and had some really, really solid results, and then things get a little bit wonky. So she struggled, right? It has been an uphill fight, tooth and nail for her to get to this point. And along with Ness, someone that she used to play with before and that she kind of stopped playing with for a while, again, the whole team mismatch thing happens, but they come back together, the power duo, Ness backing her up, and it is beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and of course, they chose to stay together, the Ness and Smurfette dynamic duo, but can they do it again on the next map of Lotus? Pilski, what are the expectations for this one?
I'm hoping for a better game from Valiant in particular, because they look so good on this map. Just the other day against NASA, I was really vibing with how they were playing. It was one of the better games or better maps of Game Changers that I've seen this season, but even casting my map to last year as well. And as for Giant X, I mean, they have got 100% win rate on this map, as Sam mentioned, but what worries me is, you know, very, very close games against two teams that got knocked out of this competition quite early in BBL and Focus. And also, looking at their comp, I'm interested to see if they're going to roll through once again with the Chamber on the Senti roll here.
Yeah, let's just jump into it and take a look at Agent Select, because I'm also interested if they're going to do the Chamber. Sam, what are your feelings?
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the Chamber. The thing that bothered me was I'm seeing a raise and no fade, and yet again, a raise and no fade. And it's not necessarily something that you have to do, but you get so much value out of that. That being said, I think that this is one of the few maps where Chamber is still going to get some really decent value. I think that maybe the Killjoy, and this might just be my personal bias, I quite like the Killjoy, and with Chamber having been out of the meta for so long, it does feel a little bit risky, but it's something that you can make work, especially because Giant X have such good util usage. They have such good info cycles. Like, they're playing off of each other very, very well. So for them to come out with something like this, I can definitely see that working.
I actually don't mind it as well, though, in this specific matchup. You know, it's great to have the fade when you're playing against double controller. You have that info denial kind of comp where you have to re-clear after walls and things like that. That's not going to be the case against the comp that Valiant's running, so they can definitely use that breach a little bit more, have the chamber kind of holding angles, taking map control, and against Valiant's style on this map last time on Lotus, that might do them a lot of favors because Valiant loves to just walk around the map, and if they're walking into these chamber lines or the breach traps, it could actually go against them.
Yeah, and of course, this is elimination on the line we are talking about. We're in the lower bracket. GX, they are 1 away from moving on, but for Valiant, they have to win here if they want to stay in this competition. It's time to bring back your casters, Zach and Tombiz, and see if Valiant can indeed make a comeback.
Thank you very much for that, Insu, and yeah, that's it. This is elimination. Valiant, this is their map pick, luckily, so at least they should be feeling a little bit more confident heading into this, but I want these players to wake up, Tom. I want them to get their coffee, get some chocolate, whatever's gonna get their adrenaline pumping, or at least give them a little bit of a sugar rush here, because they looked just a little bit on that back foot in that second half on Ascent.
Yeah, I'd say a little bit might be the understatement of the year. They got smashed. And I think the main thing is going to be, do they have the mental to sort of turn things around? Because, as said, I think Pilsky said it well, we've seen a lot of good things from them going into this, but now they've hit that sort of top 4. Now you hit the big boys, the players who are going to just run at you and shut you down, and you have to be ready for them to sort of just go for a sucker punch straight to the face. And they're up against the worst team for that, like GX, Smurfette. She's not forgiving. She knows when she smells weakness, there's a problem. So I think already you can see just the level of aggression we're getting off the back. Miori wanted blood almost immediately.
Yeah, it does actually connect quite a bit of damage onto both Tikuza as well as Serena here. Shock Dart is going to be used on towards the site here to clear out the Killjoy utility, and does succeed. So that's going to draw a little bit of rotation towards the C side, but I mean, they've went towards A, they've gone towards C. Now final pivot does seem to be B itself, and Smurfette already looking to take a little bit of space off the back of those pain shells. Doesn't quite push too far, although you can already see Giant X, even though they haven't gotten the spike down, they're just trying to fish around a little bit, see if they can find a pick or two. Aftershock gonna be coming down to deny Sarah that spike plants at least a little bit, and you're gonna be seeing that pivot over possibly towards that C side, but instead realizing the possibility of that crossfire, they will be falling back. A counter Aftershock committed by Giant X to try and get the space to get that spike down, but instead it might just be them looking to move the spike over towards this A site instead. Never mind, they're just gonna put it down on C. They took their sweet time about it. Mel looking to at least find a kill, does get one, but now it's the crunch through from this baby door. 1-for-1 trade once again. Valiant keeping the numbers even, and Giant X in this post plant. Kind of curious to see that they're all on site. There's a flank kicking in as well. I don't think there's really any info about that, and now they're all gonna be in the same spot, and unfortunately for them, the plant isn't exactly in their favor. Jelena able to find one, but the defuse is still sticking through here, and Ninu brings it down to a 1v1. Half the defuse stuck, has their information, but it's not gonna matter. Valiant says, alright, you might have had the last defensive half, but this time around, we're starting off quite nicely. A Red Bull clutch.
Yeah, they're going to be able to, she's going to bring it through. And honestly, I think just losing that pistol round, it might have been difficult again, just after what was such a slaughter in the last. Just getting that over the line, getting the confidence back up, and someone experienced as Ninu being able to do it. This was looking like a pretty unwinnable scenario, but just being able to bait out the remaining players, win that final fight. And now they get the reward, which is coming in with the rifles for this round. Now, interestingly, Smurfette, again, as I said, when she smells blood, things become a little bit more difficult. And now being able to get those headhunter bullets as well for Miori, they're going to try and do some damage in this round. A Marshall bought up, but as you can see, other than what is a little bit of aggression coming through over on the B site, it's a much more passive hold coming out from Valiant, knowing that they're going to have the weaponry advantage.
Yeah, really, we've seen how much you can do as well in a bonus round the more weaponry you keep in your play, and with 3 Bulldogs it's a substantial investment. Right now though, Miori looking to be the one to take contact, does spot out Serena. Unfortunately, Headhunter bullets not quite connecting, and it's still gonna be that Odin doing so much chip damage here to Sarah and Miori, and bringing Smurfette down to just a sliver of HP. The flank attempt comes in from Tikuza, but again, the awareness from Nest, that's gonna net first blood here in favor of Giant X. Not the greatest gun to pick up, just a ghost of course, and you do see Giant X at least looking to pivot over towards the C side. It seems like Valiant have the same idea. The fake.
It's more so just the timing. Can Mayuri get anything here? No. That's going to be the round
30 seconds
somewhat
left.
problematic. They can already start pulling rotations over. Serena might get overwhelmed, though. The teammate's a little bit further behind, but she's just going to opt to stay at the back of site. This should allow for a plant, at least.
Aftershock comes down, trying to find that space for that plant, and yeah, Sarah able to get it in play. Jolina, though, shuts down Mel. A second one as well to Serena. 2 huge frags to suddenly make this round look much, much more winnable for Giant X. A 2v4 scenario. Bulldog having been picked up by Jolina as well. Could be devastating here. Sarah does get taken down by Lisa, but look at this. All the way down. Lisa still gets the kill, though, and that could be huge here. Things swinging back in favor. It's just going to be the double peek, the stun, and the flash could come out. Smurfett still gets a kill, though, and it's almost like a pre-fire as Giant X, they convert this Thrifty in their favor, tying up the score here 1-1. What a round.
Yeah, and everything I said in the last round now just goes out the window, because if it wasn't bad before, you've now lost to basically just the pistols. Ness again just ever present when it comes to the Sheriff, but she now has a teammate in Jolina who, honestly, I think a 1 HP kill or something ridiculous. Just an insane round based off those individuals, and sure, okay, Lisa's able to do a little bit of damage, but now look at the economy. It's just put them in such a horrific spot. A couple of weapons going to be saved over as well, putting Smurfat and Ness in a great financial position. And again, this is a map where normally you expect to see a lot of those rounds going to be on that attack side. So for the side of Valiant, they now need to try and find a way to at least make this one a little bit costly. Otherwise, it could be a very problematic start to map number 2.
Yeah, especially, if you look at Giants' record, there's a team that if they get the momentum, they tend to kind of run away with it in a lot of these games. Now, Valiant looking to get aggressive towards his B side. Tikuza, of course, is able to find that first blood, although Sarah quick to refrag here, and Jolina chiming in with one of her own. That's going to be a Vandal or Bulldog drop towards spawn, yes, but it's still a long way ahead, and I don't really know if Valiant want to risk going for it with the possibility of somebody else lurking, which is going to be the case here, as Nessa's just going to have her eye on that weapon like an eagle. 2 players remaining for Valiant. Like you mentioned, they could looking to do a little bit more damage here, but that said, again, the post-plant positioning here is just so aggressive from the side of Giant X.
Getting back in here should be impossible.
Yep.
A chance off the back of the stun, and Miori already going to close things out. So again, that boost to the economy is just going to be off the charts. But this is where we hope to see a response. Taikuza has already been saving up for the operator, and it seems like with a lot of early aggression coming out from GX over onto this A side, she's just going to be opting to try and almost take that initial fight, deny that initial space. The thing is, though, a lot of that's going to come, or have to come off the back of what little utility they have. Like, a lot of the time you're going to see a fade, raise, something like that. Instead, it looks like they may try and either stun combo with a shock dart, or maybe she'll just go pushing.
Gonna be a very, very deep one-way invested by Valiant, and that's gonna be kind of the cue here for GX to, at least for now, stop contesting that part of the map. They're also aware of the possibility of this operator from Tikuza, so they don't really want to risk walking into it. That said, though, I like that little bit of shock dart tech that we saw coming out of Valiant's side. They take care of that trademark early on, so Giant X kind of forced to commit a few more resources in the name of Miori to be able to watch down that flank just by herself. That said, though, you can already see Mel ready with the paranoia to deny the spike push onto the C side if it does come in through. As this dark cover fades here, it's going to be from the shadows, though, to try and take a little bit more space. You see the attempt at TPing past this Rolling Thunder, and it does work, but only for 1 kill. The contact plays from Giant X just going to be a little bit too good here. That's going to leave them with the advantage in terms of numbers as the spike finally does come down. And what makes it... Yeah, exactly. It's so awkward with this operator in the retake, but yeah, Miori has a flank around. Gonna be able to catch Serena droning. That is so painful. And Tikuza, we've seen her pull off heroics before, able to get that first kill. Doesn't really know the positions of the other 2 players, aside from Miori, of course, coming around on the flank. And yeah, Jolina on side, gonna be able to peek around very, very happily from that upper angle and get Giants X their 3rd round. Oh, they take the operator.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's just going to come down to, again, having that chamber. It's an agent that, specifically on this attack side, is normally not going to be the most valuable, but the way that they're playing these late lurks for Miori, I think her having an operator could actually work out quite nicely with holding down that A side. And again, just a straight up execution with a late lurk from her is enough for GX to convert a third round. And we are going to get an outlaw. It's a weapon that definitely has potential to do quite a bit of damage. That's not the greatest of starts, and Miori ever so clean. Already going to be able to fall back and give her team that player advantage.
That's rough for Valiant. Not only do you lose a player so early, you also lose your breach so early. At least Lisa able to chime back in with one of her own shuts down nests, so that's just gonna be an initiator for initiator trade right now. Unfortunately, look at how far back that Vandal is. No real scope of being able to recover it. And while Mel does have an aggressive angle here, not the best of weaponry with which she can try to fight it, I feel like if, of course, Giantech are careless, she could find a couple of kills, but Giantech, they tend to be very proactive. You can already see the concussion coming in, and yeah, you do see the TP away here, but the door is open. Oh my god, the fadeaway dink is going to do quite a chunk of damage here to Smurfette. That said, though, the site is still quite empty, and with that spike going down, they're going to be able to have that showstopper for that post plant. Never mind, Smurfette's just going aggressive. She knows she has 5 HP. Will be able to put down that boombot for a little bit of additional information. And in this 4v4, I'm going to be intrigued to see how exactly Giants are planning to retake when two of their players have these sniper rifles. It's going to be so much more difficult, especially if Giantech aren't really peeking or giving up any of these kills. Operator versus that Outlaw. We're not going to see that as Smurfette finds that first kill, and Valiant, they might just choose here to maybe try and go down to the spike, not really wanting to risk giving Giantech any of these ult orbs.
One enemy remaining.
Smurfette, you feel like she should be going down. I don't know how she's managed to survive this many battles on just 5 HP, but she seems like a raid boss at this point. Walking around with 1,000 armor or something, and we just can't see it. For Serena, just gonna go down to Spike, but ultimately, the orb probably wouldn't have made a massive difference. You can already see those ults starting to build up. Again, Lisa always seems to be good for at least a little bit of extra damage, and they make this round at least a bit costly. The problem, though, is just the fact that those finances are already built up. Like, when Giant X are able to win themselves a round off the back of pistols early, they're just going to be running away with things, and having a showstopper, a Hunter's Fury on their side, definitely not going to be easy. Odin brought in for that defense, though. Now, personally, it's where I quite like seeing a Viper. I think the Viper Odin is a disgustingly strong combo on this map, and I think it's been shown by players like Tomazi. I believe Sender was doing it as well, but in this case, it's more just going to be to try and do some chip damage as they make their way through, and already catching Miori at least for a little bit. The problem is there hasn't really been much information off the back of it, and I feel like that's going to be the major issue here for Serena. Needs to get that info, try and find something.
Nice recon here. Does catch out a player. Ooh, that's quite a bit of chip damage being taken by both Sarah and Julina. 3 players now for the side of Giantech to be caught out. But talking about caught out, here is the concussion to keep Serena from running. Yeah, they put the showstopper, but it's not even necessary here, as it's just going to be the kill to come in. A quick rotation with the From the Shadows to come in for Valiant side. But again, with that side space being taken and that spike going down, that Aftershock not going to really deny it. It's going to be very difficult for Valiant on this retake, especially looking at the fact that they need to clear out Smurfette first. Lockdown does go out, but again, it's that tag team combo here. Smurfette buying so much space, and yeah, sure, you gotta be able to get these players offside at the very least, but it's not gonna really push them too far, especially when that plant is for this area, for this cave, and there is still a little bit of post plant left as well. 3v4 situation, numbers still in favor, 1-for-1 trade so far. The concussion is perfect. Immediate counter though, and they try to push into it, but it's the Odin. In fact, Valiant's own Odin to do the damage here. Lisa now in a 1v3. We've seen her pull off heroics before, but this time around, just a little bit too much to chew, and this is what I was afraid of. Kind of a repeat of that last map. Giants just continuing to run away with the momentum.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of a switch up from Valiant in terms of how they set up that Odin, because I think if you maybe switch Mel over there, it would have made a little bit more sense, because a lot of the time, and it's a similar thing on Ascent, having your Sova have the Odin means that you have to set yourself up, and that a lot of that round was just, if she was set up by a teammate, could have started spamming, get some kills, but more importantly, just gets caught reloading. There wasn't really any support, whereas Mel has a paranoia, can delay. I feel like it would just make a little bit more sense, and it's definitely been a problematic start. Like, just being able to overwhelm basically a single position was enough for GX to win that round, and That's not something you can really allow. I also want to see if there's going to be anything in response to that A main control. Like the fact that we haven't really seen much of an attempt to take Rebel. I think in one round, Mel TP'd up and tried to fight it, but it's basically been given up. And a lot of that feels like because they don't have a mass amount of damage dealing utility is why we see a lot of teams running the Raze. So definitely feels like at the moment, at least, there needs to be some sort of response, because giving GX this much control, giving the opportunities to players like Jolina, like Sarah in the afterplants, it's not looking good. And the fact that Smurfette and Ness, we talk about this deadly duo, they haven't had to do much so far. And you know that when the time comes, they will.
One of the players we were highlighting yesterday for the side of Giantex was Jolina. So that's the thing, right? This team, they might not have as much experience playing together as 5, but they definitely, I think when I saw this roster, I placed it in my top 3 for this year. And I think with them, they look increasingly confident as they play more and more games. I think on Lotus in particular, because of the way their team comp tends to be quite aggressive here, of course, Sarah on that breach, just ready to set up Smurfette for so many of those impact kills, and Miori being quite aggressive as well. Like, she's aggressive on the Killjoy. Of course, she's going to be even more of a pain on the Chamber. So I feel like for Valiant, again, it's the same problem that we saw in Ascent, right? It's just not enough proactivity. You see them kind of looking to go in for these anchor plays. Serena gets the headshot, but that's a Bulldog. It's not gonna kill at that range, and you already see Jolina there for the refrag. Tikuza once again has the operator. This time around, though, will be able to find a kill, and that could be the huge start. That said, though, look at Miori's position. She already has the lurk, already has the info. The swing, this confrontation could decide the round here, and Chikuza gets the kill. Still looking to go aggressive, still looking to keep that pressure up. No flashes available either for the side of GX anymore, so they're gonna have to be, once again, pivot over towards this A side. This time around, Doninu lying in wait here, almost gets caught with the aftershock in hands, but luckily is able to fall back and stay alive, and that's the game given away. CT control not quite taken here for GX, and it's gonna make things a little bit more difficult. Jolina, of course, going in back towards main, towards that cave. We'll be looking to at least maintain this crossfire setup here, but that said, numbers, they're still in favor of this Valiant squad, and kind of going to be interesting to see how they're going in for this retake. Mel already shuts down Ness. Jolina at least finds Tikuza here. Jolina now, though, going to have to do it all. A 1v2 clutch. Already having found 2 players. We'll have to ace it out here. Gets another isolated fight, though. That's going to bring it down to a 1v1. Lisa, of course, we've seen her be incredible before, but this time around, it's Jolina all the way. We said it yesterday, baby, and she continues her reign of terror with an ace.
I still remember, I think there were people talking recently about a player with over 500 ACS, and I remember Jolina playing on an unsigned team, making her way through the qualifiers, dropping over 500, one of the most insane performances we ever saw. And ever since then, it's just been on the up and up, slowly moving up the ranks of these different Game Changers teams, making her mark known throughout Game Changers, and well, currently sat 15-3. Basically on a hard carry right now, destroying her opposition. And well, for the side of Valiant, you've got to hope that they come up with a response soon. It does look like they're looking to try and fight a little bit more towards that A side, but then I think Lisa's just been caught doing a jump peek. I think that's what that was, just a single jump peek, and gets headshotted through the wall.
Yeah, just Smurfette doing Smurfette things. At least there's a trade that comes through on the opposite side, and oh, that's so unlucky. Very unfortunate for Mel. Almost had the headshot, but instead it will just be the kill once again coming through for Giants X. Drone gonna be able to clear out a lot of the problem corners, enabling Smurfette to take even more space here. I don't know if that's gonna be what GX are satisfied with. Of course, they're gonna be able to get that spike down. Huntress Fury and Stun to buy a little bit of deterrence here. Tikuza off the back of that finds Jolina, but it's still Sarah and Smurfette, the danger duo here, to go forward and cause even more problems. Ninu, you saw her with the Rolling Thunder. That could have been the retake strat, but instead, Force just going for that dry swing in that 1v3 to try and find something before investing the ult. And at that point, Giantex, they already have the space, they have the plant, they have the post plan, and they have the shots. Everything going in their favor. 7-1 so far, and you know, that pistol seemed like a really, really good start, Tom, but everything after that has just been shambles for Valiant.
Yeah, I wonder, like, I think Pilski built up the narrative of going against Yinsu in this matchup. I think he might be regretting that one now. I can only imagine the level of gloating that is currently going on in the other call. I wouldn't like to be on the other end of it. Tsu is not a gracious winner. That's all I'm going to say. And right now, it is not looking good for Valiant. He's got to pray for a miracle.
Yeah, they definitely need to. I don't know what they need to do at this point. Like, everything that they've tried has been failing. Gamble stacks fail. Proactive crunches failed. Retakes fail. So I think it's just a little bit of a difference in terms of those early kills that matter. And this time around, the Valiant, they're not really playing for the site. They're just playing towards CT. And as Giants look to get a little bit aggressive after that plant, they immediately get punished here. Brought down to just one player. Now, Ness, we've seen heroics from her before. Able to isolate that first kill, but it's a 1v3 here. Ness has no business winning this, and if she does, honestly, at that point, it's just a victory that Giants deserve. Thankfully, the utility usage from Valiant is enough to clear her out here, and they manage a retake. I feel like calling out that 7-1 might have been the caster curse jinx kicking in, but either way, Valiant, they finally pull it together, and hopefully it's not too late, because if they can win the next 3 rounds, honestly, it's not a bad defensive side.
Last player standing.
At least something to write home about. Finally a step up. To be honest, if I've jinxed it, I don't mind. It feels a little bit less brutal than what we were witnessing before. And finally, a round on the board after a 7 streak. The thing is, though, this needs to be the beginning of a comeback. Like, you can still get away with, I want to say, 4 rounds. Like, 4 rounds over on this defensive side. It definitely isn't a death sentence as it would be on other maps. The fact is, though, they're actually going for a stack up over on that A site. Again, the pressure almost solely onto Lisa. Now, they do have themselves a Rolling Thunder for the retake, so no surprise to see her just completely back off. And after what was a really A-heavy sort of attack side, we're now seeing a switch up from GX.
Yeah, they have a Rolling Thunder, but the problem is so does Sarah, so we might just see those ults getting, countering each other. Now, of course, Smurfette able to find a free kill onto Tikuza. That flash will keep her from advancing further here. And of course, the Rolling Thunder is going to be used aggressively. Nino able to get hers out, but Giantex, they still have the positioning and the kills here. Mel's going to be left alone now once again. A 1v5 this time, and it seems like Giantex, they're really on the hunt for the Andalusia Flawless. They do get it as well. A triple for Smurfette and Andalusia Flawless for the round. It's almost like Giantex, they were pissed off about losing a round in the middle here and losing their streak over. That said, though, it was such a nice play there, expecting the Rolling Thunder for that retake. You see them using their own Rolling Thunder so aggressively, and it just finds so much value in space.
I almost want to feel like that was a call directly out of the mouth of Smurfette. Like, I've got a timing here, set me up, and I will knock them down. And that's exactly what she did. Fantastic round from her individually, but yeah, the support had to be there. And now already, that economy is right back onto the brink again. No surprise to see them head their way through towards this A site. It has been where the majority of these rounds have been ending. They'll have the opportunity to split back, and already with the door obviously not only making an audible, but also visible on the map, they're going to know that they've lost control elsewhere.
There's a little bit of an adaptation, though, from Valiant's side. They switched the Killjoy over more towards this B side. Gonna be spotted out now, and kind of depending on the Omen to anchor down on the opposite side. The Showstopper, though, doesn't quite connect, and despite the concussion, it's gonna be Lisa to find that first kill. Tikuza chiming in as well, and this is the Valiant that we really wanted to see here. At least a couple of kills going in favor of GX, but at the end, it's still gonna be a triple for Tikuza, and a great anchor hold from Valiant. The adaptation, the switchover works here, and Giantex, I feel like they got just a little bit more comfortable with them playing as five together. You don't really see that lurk or that split up coming in this previous round.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
The back and forth of these rounds is at least starting to make things look a little bit more competitive, but already 8 rounds on the board for GX. No troubles in terms of their finances. Good thing that Lisa at least does have herself the lockdown. And 4th round definitely wouldn't go amiss. Nesto already to start. Nice work from Taikuza, but getting out of here is going to be difficult. Getting 2 is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I don't know how she got that second. And not just that, look at how low Ness is here. So it's going to be a pretty difficult post plan for Giants to try and win, especially considering that the lockdown is going to be available for Lisa right now. Look at where the spike could be planted, though. They are looking to once again fake that plant, maybe draw a couple of players off, but that drone, it's going to spot that everybody here is quite far back. And again, just a really aggressive position being held now by these players, and they're rewarded for it with that advantage garnered right now. You're going to be seeing, once again, them falling back into cave here, ready to play out this 3v2. No post plants available. The Aftershock having already been burned through here, but there is still a paranoia available for both of these sides. Jolina not having used hers quite yet, will be using it now to buy a little bit more space, and Sarah will have that concussion recharge as well. So there's just enough utility left to make this difficult right now. You're going to see Lisa being able to get half the defuse already. In fact, looking to stick it all the way, although that spray down denies it. Mel gets on the spike right now, forcing out the peaks here. Gets 2 of those kills though. Oh, 27 HP left. How much can she do? She gets the headshot, but unfortunately there's just no time for that final defuse to come in. And really, really nice shot again from Giants. I feel for Valiant in that one because they almost had it like heroics out of Mel towards the end, but the time, man, the time. That sucks.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because definitely one of the better fought rounds. I think Taikuza did a fantastic job of at least making that one competitive, but you kind of see what sort of lengths this Valiant side had to go to just to make rounds even remotely close. Well, unfortunate for Mel that there wasn't a few extra seconds, although obviously for GX the reason they were so aggressive in the late round was because of the amount of time. A pistol is a necessity, and a second round. Worth clarifying that because the second rounds from Valiant haven't been going great.
Yeah, it's like 1 on each map so far, so looking just a little bit rough in that aspect. That said though, Miori now looking to get aggressive. Recon Bolt not gonna be quite spotting her out, so she will be able to hold down this aggressive angle. I'm terrified right now. Oh, thankfully, scopes out at the right time and will be able to fall back here. In the meantime, Valiant looking to go in for this B push. Miori now pivoting over towards the side instead, but it's gonna be Ness to strike here with the Sheriff, hunting heads, just not giving any kind of peaceful measure. And off the back of those 2 kills, a swing gonna be there as well. Yeah, it's just Ness demolishing them single-handedly right now. Lisa on the lurk here. Yeah, she has the C side, but there's no spike, and I don't know, Tom. I feel like this map at least is just a bit of a goner here for Valiant after this. I don't even know how they can pull it back together. Oh god.
Yeah, it's Andaluthia flawless as well, as if it went from bad to much, much worse. It definitely needs to be a quick response. That's the thing. It really does seem like in a lot of these rounds, just the sheer force of which GX are running at them is just too much. Like, the individual ability of this team is off the charts. Like, we've spoken about Ness back in the day being an absolute monster to play against. Like, one of the best players easily within the league, has had a bit of comeback with GX. Obviously teaming up with Smurfette once again, but they've added some really fierce pieces to this puzzle, with Jolina just having a worldie of a game.
Oh.
And, well, there you go.
You called it, huh? Indeed, having a game. Already has an ace in this one. Looking for the second ace, and seems like she'll be getting it. Just Jolina doing Jolina things, and yeah, that wasn't much of a force here, to be fair, from Valiant, though I feel like that's just salt in the wound at this point. Jolina being able to get not 1 but 2 aces on the map, and of course, it's just pristine. The Bulldogs have been really barking today for in both of the games that we've seen so far, and of course, that switch over to the Ghost to put the Ghost out of pizza for this final kill. Really, really nicely done there. And yeah, this is the round. Valiant have to do it here. If they don't do it, I think we're pretty much looking at a 2-0 here. If they do it, there's a chance, and this just doesn't feel like their map pick, Tom.
Yeah, it feels like this game ended in map 1, and just unfortunately they haven't been able to reset off the back of it. Jolina, I don't blame her for wanting to play Mound. After the last round, yeah, give it another go, give it a shot. Obviously, the one player who doesn't actually have a weapon in this round as that headhunter to play with. Bit of a cheeky off angle as well. Like, who's going to be expecting that? That's filthy from Maori. I really like it.
I don't think Nino did though very much, so yeah, that's gonna be Nino take it out here. Possible match point on the line for GX if Valiant's buy doesn't work out, and that's already 1 rifle having been shut down. And look at Lisa's HP as well. I feel like that was almost a collab there. That bullet doing a little bit more than just shutting down Nino. And of course, immediately you're gonna be seeing the utility straight in for utility here towards this A side. Dark cover coming down, denying further presence, and Lisa gonna be spotted out as well. Ness has the Odin in hand. This isn't just a bonus here for Giants X. They've invested quite heavily into this, and oh my god, the timing here could be huge. A crossfire now onto the C side. Tikuza looking to just take that contact here, but I mean, it's Sarah and Jolina on the opposite side. Jolina happy to trade that Bulldog out for something a little bit more hefty, and 3 players left for Valiant, one of whom is incredibly low. You can see the rotation hasn't really come through on the C side, just a couple of players here, but the couple of players is Jolina and Sarah, and with them not really being able to capitalize off the bat back of that recon. It's gonna be once again an attempt at a pivot. There's no time though. It's 10 seconds left on the clock, and you still have Miori being an absolute menace here. I don't even know if you want to peek that. It's just Mel now in a 1v5 is able to at least get that first one, but this round it's all Miori. 3 with the headhunter, aptly named weapon, picks up a vandal, but at this point I feel like she doesn't even need it.
Maybe not. Like, this is normally where you're going to see that chamber really come into gear. Like, have those sort of positions where you can get aggressive, get cheeky, use the TP to get away. The fact is they were so dominant in the attack that I didn't even think we'd get to see much of Miori's chamber. But the fact is this round was almost solely won by just her individual brilliance. This initial aggressive peak takes out most of the utility as well in the form of the breach.
10 seconds
from then onwards, it's just been another slaughter around a speed run, so to speak, from Giant X. And, well, we already know that they've got Falcons waiting for them in that lower bracket final, a chance to have a shot at the queen of G2. But to be honest, if they play like this tomorrow, I think even Falcons might have trouble.
Yeah, I would really like to see Falcons go up against Giants X, because I think they were both separated in that group bracket. We haven't really had a chance to see these two teams go up against each other as much as I would have liked. So kind of hoping for that banger best of 5 tomorrow, especially since it's going to be the first best of 5 for the season. That said, though, this timeout for Valiant, I don't know, Chief. I mean, we've seen comebacks before, but it's going to have to be 9 rounds in a row and an overtime victory on top of that to keep them alive in this lower bracket. So it's asking for a lot. This team has been resilient before, but at this point, Giants X, they're just so in control of the momentum here, of the pacing, and I feel like individually, every single one of their players has been able to pop off and make the difference. Miori once again looking to get aggressive. This time around, Recon Bolt as well as Paranoia looking to do the damage, but it doesn't even connect. It's just Miori once again taking down that Jet, that duelist, and no more space-taking agent available for this Valiant side. They struggle with Taikuza. I feel like without her, it's going to be even more difficult. Jolina, of course, with that utility on the backup, as always, able to block this off. And again, we're going to be seeing this ping-ponging of sights here for Valiant, but the problem is that if they don't get a pick, and with the way Giant X have been just holding on unless somebody goes down, I don't really know if there's a good way for them to get into sight at all.
Here, they've got a minute to play with. Miori still being cheeky around the edge of this smoke, and they're trying to bait out some of the sound cues to maybe pull rotations, but there's already a couple of players ready and waiting on B. This is going to have to be a great take.
Contact has to be perfect here. The Aftershock there to clear out Miori. Does take her down, but at that point, it's still 1 kill that she's found once again. Numbers still in favor of GX here, and with 30 seconds left, I don't know if Valiant are really going to be looking to go onto the site. They seem to pivot over towards B instead. Once again, this time around, Nino and Smurfette, the duo, holding towards CT. Smurfette just swinging off the back of the stun here. Sarah and her find a kill, and it's going to be another round for Giant X to close out the map. 13-3. Incredibly dominant here so far, and they're going to be moving on in this lower bracket to face off against Falcons tomorrow. And honestly, you know, we talked a lot about the individual player stuff, but that defensive side, it was all Miori.
All I'm going to say is, Sue, try not to gloat too hard, all right? Try not to. I know that when it comes back to her, it's going to be the fattest grin, and PLC's going to be sat there like, oh, why did I have to make this a versus fight? Giant X just sent them packing. Like, that was an absolute slaughter. And honestly, if they're going to challenge for the crown, if they're going to manage to make it back to that grand final, that's the level that we need to see from Giant X, and they were truly unbelievable in that matchup.
Yeah, I was super excited about this team heading into this year, and I'm glad to see that my expectations are being proven right. You know, they had a really good time in that group stage. I think they went undefeated, and of course, even though they're in that lower bracket right now, they're definitely not broken by that. They seem to have everything well in hand here as they move on in that lower bracket. So if you are looking forward to more Valorant action, though, especially in person, there is a tournament coming around just the corner, in case anybody was unaware. I'm sure nobody was, but anyway, Masters Madrid, it's on the line here. 4 regions fighting for a chance of the first trophy of 2024, and honestly, it's gonna be a blast. So if you want to get your tickets, go ahead, scan the QR code, and do turn up in Madrid next week, because, you know, it's not just the Valorant. Madrid is a great city in general.
Well, Giant X, I'm sure they wish they were there in that regard. Maybe some players would go visit at least. That would be nice.
I think Giant X's offices are in Malaga, in Andalusia, but close enough. I mean, you can take a train from Madrid.
So,
yeah, I mean, yeah, Spain has a good transport system, so yeah, I think that if you do want to visit a little bit more, you can probably fit into your Madrid trip here. But yeah, we'll leave you to plan your Madrid trips while we do toss it back to our wonderful analyst desk to break down what the heck exactly happened there. Oh, hello, Karma.
Yeah, you know, Tom said that I might be grinning or gloating a little bit. You know, that's exactly what I'm going to do, because let's go Giant X supremacy, Giant X era, Giant X, X gonna give it to you. I was trying to think of every phrase I could do. And all I'm gonna say is that I was right and Tom is wrong, because not even you, Pilski, Tom is just always wrong. So yeah, they Valiant put on a good fight though. So Pilski, it was pleasure doing business with you, and your slideshow made my day. So thank you for that.
No problem. First and foremost, Tom is also bold, but we'll just set that aside. Look, I'm looking forward to seeing Giant X take on some of the top teams in this tournament once again. At least for the side of Valiant, though, it was a little sad of an end to the tournament. You know, I think the top 4 pressure in the lower bracket may have kind of gotten to them a little bit. They pushed Falcons super close, but today I think they were a bit of a shadow of their former selves, unfortunately.
Yeah, honestly, I think that we kind of highlighted this yesterday, and it's something that's definitely carried through today. The ladies themselves have even said, like, they struggle a little bit with discipline. They struggle a little bit with kind of over-aggression, kind of flooding, and not waiting for people to get into position before they attempt to, like, make their retakes or, you know, their executes, whatever the case is. And it definitely shone again today. I've said it so many times, and I will sing it from the rafters. Giant X has some of the best util coordination that I have seen. Their communication for a team that doesn't have an IGL is immaculate. And honestly, I could there is a world in which I see them making a run at Falcons and getting all the way into the grand final. If they keep up this form,
you're on my train.
That could happen.
You're on my
train.
train.
G2 win. I'd still think G2 win, alright? Like, slow down. But,
yeah, but
I can see Giant X doing the thing.
But do you know who's already beaten G2 in a grand finals? Ness and Smurfette. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. If the scripts are written that way, this is the thing though. We spoke about this beforehand. In this elimination match, they have such a long road in the lower bracket. They can't just win. They gotta win it convincingly. They gotta win it cleanly. And Pilski, now the fact that Giant X actually managed to do both of those things, are you joining the hype train?
Yeah, I'm keen. I think actually all 3 of the top 3 teams in this tournament are looking very, very strong. Obviously, Giant X might have had a little bit of an off day the other day against G2, and G2 looked fantastic. I think Giant X, just everything that that Valiant did well against NASA the other day, I think they kind of punished the shakiness on Ascent, the contact plays around the map. I felt like Giant X, they were consistently fighting Mound, they were consistently finding good trap timings with the util, like Sam said, and obviously the Chamber was really good at taking those lines and taking those aggressive fights early on, contesting the map control. And even when you saw Valiant go towards the A side of the map on Lotus, like Ness had the Dart Odin spam, which you were enjoying, Yinsu, so it felt like they were really prepared for this game. And I'm hoping that that means that when they do play a Falcons or they rematch a G2, that they're going to be able to game plan for that and adjust, especially to some of those crazy comps that G2 are throwing out right now.
Yeah, fundamentals. That's where it's all going to come down to when we get into the last 2 days of this tournament. But like Pilski said, right, our last 3 teams look incredibly strong. So I think the next 2 days are going to be so enjoyable to watch, to be a part of, to spectate, and we get to find out who's going to take the first trophy or the first crown of 2024.
Yeah, I can't wait to find out either. But sadly, we've had to say goodbye to Valiant today. I mean, a team that newly formed as well coming into this. They had players going on to the IGL role, all of the things that they had to worry about to kind of make sure they tie their loose ends together towards the end. I think, Pilski, all that said and done, a very promising start of this roster, and I think everybody's looking forward to them to return.
Yeah, I think, again, that's like another top 4 from a Taikuza roster there. which is big from her. Stage 2 last year, that's exactly what she did with an odd one out team where maybe they weren't expected to make it that far in that tournament either. I think Valiant as well, a lot of very close games, like the group stage. I was saying one of my main storylines was there was a lot of close games in the groups. They're like -7 round diff. That game against Falcons, although Falcons were front running the entire game, that was very tight. Both maps went to all 24 rounds. So realistically, a couple of rounds different. Could have been a different bracket run for Giant X, for Valiant this time around. And I'm hoping that they've learned some good lessons and hopefully they're going to come back stronger in stage 2, because as we keep saying, it's still the start of the year. There's still plenty more points on offer later on.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we spoke about so much about this Valiant roster was the fact that they didn't have a lot of time to prep coming into this. They had some, but not as much as they would have liked. So I really look forward to stage 2. I think they're going to come back bigger and better than ever.
Yeah, I can't wait for that either. But for now, I'm going to give the two of you a little break, because as the president of the Smurfette fan club, I think it's only fair for me to bring in Smurfette, one of my favorite players, doing great right now in the league. Smurfette, thank you so much for joining me today. Congratulations on that win. It wasn't just a win. Ascent, defense, beautiful. Lotus, everything beautiful. So talk me through what it was like from your perspective to play such a great 2 maps today.
So on Ascent, then like we kind of like grow up and win everything from like that. And then on Lotus, I don't know, like it just it was like kind of snowball for us.
You're just good. You're just good. What can I say? And speaking of being good, Smurf, I've been wanting to kind of get your thoughts on this for a very long time, because it feels like you individually, you have always been good. You know, even if you didn't win the splits last year, 2023, you were still the highest performing duelist, split 2 and 3. Today, also coming into this match, you were still the highest performing duelist in the league right now. But it just feels like with everything that happened with Guild and then Foot, it's just like a very unlucky situation that you have to keep kind of put up with, and you have to keep grinding your way back up. So how do you stay so positive? How do you stay so mentally focused and keep winning, even though you have to play with different rosters?
Trust me, I'm not staying like okay mentally. I had like really rough times, like but I made it work because I don't give up like that fast. I'm really stubborn person, so I guess like my stubborn just like made me go that far, you know.
Like the competitive edge, is that why you just want to win?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you are winning right now. So talk to me about this roster. How far do you think you can go? Because I know you really wanted to stick with Ness. So what was the reason and the recipe for the rest of the players that you recruited?
I really trust my teammates and I love them so much. And I think we can make it like to like grand finals. Against G2, we had a like rough day. We burned ourselves that day, and like what we showed wasn't us. And we learned from that and we grow up again, and then we're ready for tomorrow.
I mean, and while I have you here as well, you guys don't have an IGL. We keep talking about this. Like, everyone else has got this IGL. They have this structure. I know you and Ness, you like to kind of a pre-round call, but then you listen to everybody's ideas, everyone's voices. Is this a long-term plan? How do you think this is going to work for you, you know, if you do end up making it in that grand final?
I think it's long term because everyone is so vocal and proactive, and everyone's giving ideas all the time. If someone is silent, the other one is like filling the gap, and it just fits our team. I don't know how, but it just fits. I don't know.
What if there's ever a situation where there's 2 ideas? Like, what do you guys do? How do you choose?
First, like whoever like said first, we do that idea, you know.
So it's a speed thing. You gotta have a lot of trust in each other, right? Because if it doesn't work out, in relation to that point, there's 3 players on your team, Jelena, Sarah, Miori, that are like at 30% clutch rate in this tournament. They're just clutching everything, which you never see that. It's kind of crazy, you know. They always have the way of saving rounds. So when they're in those clutch situations, is everybody just like quiet? You know, nobody is trying to tell them what to do, and you just let them get on with it?
I guess like depends on the situation. We usually be silent if it's like really like 1v1 and stuff like that. But like if it's like really important info, we just like tell her, and yeah, I tell that person who's clutching. My cat is here.
Oh, my cat is also here somewhere. But my cat says to your cat, congratulations.
Thank you.
Come. He relayed that information to me earlier. All three of your cats, actually. Tell them all congratulations. And last question before I let you go. You have played Falcons already a little bit earlier. Unfortunately, you did lose to them. So what do you think you need to do to beat them this time?
I think it was gonna be a really close match, and we're gonna focus on our gameplay and adapt in the moment and hope for the best, I guess.
Well, thank you very much, Smurfette, for joining me. It's always great to talk to you, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
I mean, as the head of the Smurfette fan club, I really enjoyed that. But also, you know, I want to just quickly touch on this point before we close it out, Pilski. Smurfette, she admitted it, you know, after all those tough times of winning and then not winning and getting dropped from orgs because they don't want to make a roster anymore, having to climb back up. She's not always okay, but she's stubborn and she wants to win, and that's kind of carrying her forward. And I think you can really see that in her gameplay as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maintaining the same level, she's always keen to take fights and take the initiative, and I think that, you know, it reflects that competitive drive, that stubbornness in her gameplay. She really just does want to be the one to get in there and take the fight to the other team. And you've seen her, as you mentioned, jump from roster to roster to roster and continue to try to fight for these titles, even though, you know, you could argue she could be on a super team. You know, like you mentioned, the best duelist in the league statistically for multiple stages. Surprising that you wouldn't see her on the best team in the league.
Yeah, I would love to see her in like a crazy powerful team that just does the most amazing hero run through game changes all the way to, you know, champs and wins the whole damn thing. But unfortunately, we haven't had that yet.
Hey, that's GX. Come on, this is what they're doing right now. Like, what? How is GX not the super team? Give me a reason why they are not the super teams. They got Smurfette, they got Ness, they got the Clutch trio. The way that they played on Lotus Descent, I'm gonna honestly throw it out there. If that's what you guys want to see Smurfette on, maybe this is the time, Sam. Maybe this is the team they are gonna go all the way with.
You know, seeing them in the lower bracket always gives you that kind of pause, but then so many teams make that lower bracket hero run. I know for the longest time, like, Sentinels was so guilty of that. So maybe this is going to be something that we get to see from Giant as well. You know, learn from your mistakes, come back harder, better, faster, stronger, and absolutely blow away the competition. I'm here for it.
If they beat Falcons G2 back-to-back, then you can't talk smack, you know. To win the whole championship, you can't say anything. They are undeniably the best if they have that run.
I mean, with that in mind, let's take a look at the bracket, because we do have 2 best of 5s left before we crown a winner. And Pilski, that will be Falcons first. I mean, Smurfette said it herself. They got to kind of focus on what they're doing. It is also the 2 teams they've lost against. So do you realistically think GX has what it takes to make the miracle run from here?
For sure. I mean, I think it's already something that, was it Mimi talked about in her interview? I'm pretty sure. I feel like, you know, there's been a lot of roster shuffles. We're in an area of parity. I think that a lot of different teams can beat each other at the moment. And I think as well, Falcons have already showed that they kind of struggled with that contact-heavy style against VALORANT. It's something that MadV admitted to in her interview after that game. Got very, very close. Both of those went to 24-plus rounds, and they seem to really be struggling with that style. So I really think that that's something they have to consider playing against Giant X tomorrow, because I feel like Giant X is a bigger, faster, stronger variant of that.
Yeah, I think that they probably would have had time to look into their game against G2, obviously. Like, you want to prep for your next matchup, but you also want to make sure that you're keeping an eye and an ear open, and they would have seen a little bit more from G2 today and some of the other funky comps that they like to bring out. And I think that there's a certain amount of planning that you can do for it, but there is always going to be a little bit of surprise factor. So a lot of focus, I think, is going to come down to the veto and trying to minimize how much of those risky comps they might just run into. But in terms of raw skill, like, if you put them in a mirror matchup against G2, I see Giant X winning at least 50% of the time. So, yeah, I think try and minimize those wonky comps, and we could see a Giant X win here.
Hey, we don't have too long to wait to find out, because we are going to be back tomorrow with the lower bracket final. It's a best of 5 between Giant X and Falcons, and the winner of that will face G2 Gozen once again in the grand finals to see who's going to take first place. Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you very much, Pilski, for joining me today. Obviously, congratulations to the teams that made it through. Unfortunately, we won't see Valiant for the rest of this tournament, but they will be back stronger next split. Everyone else at home, have a good rest. and we'll see you tomorrow.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy down. Player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy. Down B. One enemy remaining. Spike down C. One enemy remaining. A. One enemy remaining.
I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie, Mary Kane, and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up